Hi, Chad. It's Friday night, and oh god, it was hot out today. And then I've sat down and like quit sweating like a pig, and all that. I'm like getting cold now, so I had to put on my old man sweater because I'm old and I'm fat. So we're doing this tonight like this, Chad, because I'm old and fat. According to some people, not even a real attorney, I guess, but whatever. So, welcome to the show, everybody. Uh, we are live tonight on Facebook. For some reason, Twitter did not want to work, but you know what? Fuck them. Fuck you, Elon. You don't want to help us out. But yes, there were some happenings tonight. We ended Friday on a fucking high note. Hold on. Oh, hold on, Chad. I gotta say something here. Hold on, Chad. All right. All right, guys. So here we are. Welcome. It is Friday night. Um, um, hold on one second. One second, chat. All right, chat. I am so sorry. We're kind of dealing with that shot across the bow that just happened recently. Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Um. Uh. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. And there we go. Sorry. Okay, we're ready to go now. We are on to the plight of Russell Greer, the patron saint of hardships. Some of you might say, well, Sean, didn't you use this thumbnail before? Kind of, but it got taken down. So I'm reusing it. We're recycling it, chat. Recycle, reduce, reuse, and you close the loop. You guys remember that from back in the day, but that's what we're doing. We're recycling it. Much like Russell's sorrows, we are going to recycle things. And oh, we got to catch up on some stuff. We got Useful Mistake is a new member. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. And oh my god, I had restart and I forgot to restart my reopen all my windows here, homie. Ooh, what is this? The judgment against the surety estate. Oh, I gotta get a hold of that guy. All right, chat. Well, that's good. Sorry, gotta move my 4:45 on a Friday in an email. I get a court journal entry scanned and sent to me, and I'm like, that's a little weird, but hey, whatever. I'm like, happening out of Cleveland. I'm like, of all places, Cuyahoga County. Not expecting it. Anyways, we're moving on. Useful Mistake is a new member. Thank you for the support. Unknown Hero for $2 says Russell Greer is finally being did. Well, I guess. Unknown Hero also comes in for 20 subs. Let's go, chat. And then Useful Mistake. Thank you for the. Why does everybody have ats in their name now? What the fuck did YouTube do? Anyways, thank you for the 5 subs, chat. We're doing our best. to pray the gray away here. We're going to make America green again, chat. And we just crushing these grays, running them out of town. You're helping Clyde do his best. I mean, this is what you're doing. If you need visual representation, chat, that's what you're doing to help do things when you buy a membership. That's what you're doing. That is what you're doing to all those grays. You are just running them out. You are running them out. Jumbo Dunn says, but I actually use my Galaxy Gas for whipped cream. Yes. Yes. AC360 says, I'm too fat to walk to the streaming desk. I mean, depending on the day, maybe. So. Fix your names. I don't know how to fix them. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what happened. But yeah, Steel Toe took out a restraining order on Nick Rekieta, which if Nick was smart, he wouldn't use the last name of the fucking guy who's got a restraining order on him, or a protection order, whatever you want to call it. Just not a good idea. Not a good idea, but what do I know? I'm just a fat fucking whale. You know, even the narwhal was helpful. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. Unhung Hero for $2 saying happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday. EDW Raptor for $2. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, chat. Not for another month. Not for another month. And Aaron says, I can't take it anymore. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what happened. I don't know what you guys did. What did you all do? YouTube update changed things. Yeah, it changed a lot of stuff. Oh, turn off the leaderboard. I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know how to do that, chat. Not at this point. So I don't know. I just don't know how to do it. Like that black guy in Dirty Harry. I got to know. And why? Oh, God, I got to, hold on, chat. We got to fix, hold on here. My, light cover got a little, you guys know what, you guys, if you've watched the studio tour, know what I'm talking about. I got to fix that like, meow. Fix it like meow. There we go. A little bit better coverage. All right, chat. You guys, yes, you're asking a boomer to do technical things. I can't help you. You put not your faith in kings, chat. That is my answer. But let's get to Russell Greer. It's been about a month since we were dealing with the plight of young Russell. And, I mean, a lot of tabs. But we're going to get to these tabs quick tonight, chat. We're going to get through the tabs quick. So let's get started. We'll start off where we left off. And, chat, we left off at journal entry here. We left off right here May 23rd. And this is where there was a motion to dismiss that was coming. And there were a lot of issues. The Russell Greer was still fighting with sanctions and how to handle the fact he lied all the time. Russell Greer is also using the attorney's eyes only for confidential records on everything, including settlement negotiations. You know, in a true masterstroke, you know, Matthew Harden had to confide in me. Matthew Harden has had to confide in me that, you know, he understands that he's up against a superior foe. You know, he's waiting. He's terrified. He knows when Operation Bagration, Russell Greer's version of it, is coming. And if you guys don't know what that is the entire destruction of Army Group Center by the Russian army. That is coming for Matthew Harden. He is about to face it. And he knows the reckoning is coming. You can't stop what's coming. So let's move on from here. We're gonna catch up to things, and we're gonna start off with, and we'll do this. This is the part we're gonna start at. This is once again revisiting Russell Greer's Informa Pauperis issues, because remember, we're going back to 2020 when this all started. Because Russell Greer did his America's Got Talent lawsuit. He had the money for all that. And yet somehow he did Informa Pauperis here. Well, there was, and we're going to start off with 317, because that's where I think we need to get going here. Once again, May 23rd. And they say that, as this goes here, there's so much with Russell that we're finding out and they use against him. So when he sought to leave and to proceed in form of Pop Harris in 2020, Greer may have committed a fraud. Specifically, Greer now states he was making more money then than he is now. And Russell says he's not making enough money. But remember, Russell's paying filing fees. And it's well established that he is certainly not a pop. He's not currently a pauper. And Russell Greer says he's fully capable of paying a sanctions judgment in full. Russell Greer has also said things like he's got his business account only for businesses. And if Russell was wealthier today than he is in 2020 days today, it's undisputed he is not a pauper. It's puzzling why the court would have granted Russell Greer in form of pauper status, meaning he didn't have to pay the filing fees, the $420. Unless he lied. So what is informal pauperis? Well, you can only get it when your monthly income is equal to or below 200% of the United States poverty guidelines. In 2020, for a single person, that was $12,700. That's 200%, and that's the standard you actually go off of. When you talk about people, whether or not they qualify for poverty benefits, you generally go 200% above the poverty line. That's a very common measurement. $25,500. So if you're making a lot more than that and you're single, you're doing well. If you're making around that, yeah, you're not doing so good. At least to the government, that's what they believe. So he claims he earns $14 an hour, and assuming he works 40 hours a week, and even giving him the benefit of the assumption he is only paid for 48 weeks a year. With an entire month that he doesn't earn anything, meaning he got some vacation, probably unpaid time off. It would appear that Russell Greer's income is $26,880, more than twice the federal poverty limit. And notice, you're like, well, wait, $26,000, that's not that much more. You're right. It's only like $1,300 more, but when it comes to Russell Greer, fuck him. We are going to nickel and dime and needle him because he is a piece of shit. But the math is worse than that because Greer assures his court he was earning more than he does, such that his 2020 income would have been even higher than the current figures. Yes, when Russell Greer was not plagued by the hardships, that's what was happening. Okay. Made by Chicky says, yay, I caught the live. Good Saturday morning from the Philippines. Well, thank you for being here. Yes. Tell Vitaly I said hello. Also, go tell the guys operating the nuclear-tipped Tomahawks up on the north side of Luzon. Tell them just go ahead and fucking nuke Beijing while they're at it, because we should do that, definitely. Oh, if you guys didn't know that, yes. We have land-based Tomahawk batteries on the northern edge of the Philippines. So, suffer, China. Suffer, Xi Jinping. It's very based. Very based. We brought back the Glickums, chat. If you don't know what those are, go read you some Cold War history. And they say, presumably, if Greer was honest, which not true, never happens, his 2020 application status, this court would have denied it. Instead, the application was granted. Either the court made a mistake, or Greer provided the court materially false information. And they request the ability to investigate which of those two scenarios is the case. And they say, additionally, social media posts from Greer in the months surrounding 2020 have surfaced. While not yet authenticated or presented in an admissible form, and yes, this is not enough, chat, because you have to show authentication, because really anybody could have been Russell Greer. I can make one right now. They indicate Greer had sufficient funds to hire a PR company and promote a 2020 song about body positivity. And so even I'm not that delusional about body positivity. I had sufficient funds in December 2020 to pay a male pop vocalist $500, $800 to help me with an audition. I read that as Russell used that guy to lie and say he was singing for Russell. But yes, these are the things he's showing on information and belief, saying to the best of our knowledge, The audition was for AGT, where he ended up suing. He sued the producers, also in form of Pop Harris. It's difficult for counsel to believe this court would have granted the application if it was aware of the facts. And why is... Hold on here. We got to move the camera thing over. So if it was aware of Greer's financial situation. While counsel cannot at present prove that Greer committed a fraud at the very inception, counsel has the opportunity to investigate. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if the court's going to let them do this. I don't know if we got to that point when we talked about it. It is hilarious, but allowing the courts, allowing the other party to start investigating, I don't know. I think the court may look into it on its own. If it does at all. I don't know if they're going to allow Hardin to do this. As much as I'd love it, I don't know if that's something he's really entitled to. Because I haven't seen really a case law saying he's allowed to go investigate it. So therefore, they point out that all of this newly social media post further bolster the assertion they should have been permitted to view ECF number 1. Signed by Matthew Hardin, attorney for defendants Joshua Connor Moon and Lol Cow LLC. So weird when you see this because you think it should be like LOL cow, but it's just LOL, like with a lowercase L. It doesn't work. It just looks weird. You think it should be like lol cow, but I don't write it, chat. I can't come up with it. Alex says, we'll keep reading, and it's good because I have not read it, guys. I've been in the middle of Kieran Reed, so I don't know what the hell's happened in the past month. There is a response to this from Russell Greer. Oh, I forgot. We got to take care of this because Russell might why. Hold on, Russell. Russell, do we, Yeah, I took care of it. Here, Russell. Now you're all safe. The Tiwi farmers can't find you anymore. They can't hurt you. Here we go, chat. This is his response, and this is where we start. You've only read his entire freaking docket. Well, we're going to get through that. And we'll take a break here coming up in a second as we get going. But this was filed the next day, the day after we did our stream. So Russell Greer comes forward and now files his response. He appreciates that defendants are proving they are indeed the web's biggest community of stalkers. Well, who says that? As noted in his complaint, the defendants notice that should be capitalized. Defendant screenshot everything and posted onto Kiwi Farms. Capitalized, good sir. It is very creepy. Yet they, for some reason, think they are the normal ones. Once again, the farms are just a curation of information. What defendants are doing is looking in from the outside, and once again accusing plaintiff of lying and fraud when he has done neither. Okay. Plaintiff will further elaborate on what he has been saying. Well, you fucking normies, we don't need your thoughts put down like this. The 2020 wages. Okay. Russell was making $16 an hour. Not bad. Not bad in 2020 in Las Vegas. A mere $2 more than he is now. Well, that's a lot. $2 raise. That's a lot of fucking money. I mean, I remember one time I got $1 raise when I was working at FedEx in law school. I was like, holy shit. Like, straight up. Like, that was nice. They say in September 2020, Greer knew he was getting ready to move to Las Vegas. Oh, hold on here. When is somebody... hold on, Chad. I gotta screenshot something for somebody here. Apparently, I gotta. Yeah. Hold on, chat. I gotta screenshot this. Gotta snag it. Here we go. All right, took care of that. Thank you, chat. You guys are. I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking care of that for me. Just giving me the time to sort that out. Okay. So Greer knew he was getting ready to move to Las Vegas, which he did so in 2020. Greer had to pay not just fees to move and to save up for a deposit and rent at his Vegas apartment he's moving to. $2,000 a month. Was that like including first and last month's rent? Because that's a fucking lot. But also paying Utah rent, utilities, $1,200, a car, $500, bills, etc. Greer had to file before the statute of limitations for his book had expired. Greer knew IFP or IPF was available. I almost said EFP. Russell Greer is making explosively formed penetrators. He drool onto the copper disc to make it more effective. So he looked into it and felt given his circumstances, he would qualify. Greer shared all of this in his IFP application. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. He's already given away. He's talking out of turn on himself. That's super weird. That is super weird here. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. Like, I think it depends where you're living in Las Vegas. I know Las Vegas can be expensive at times. So, but $2,000 a month is a lot. But yeah, he's just telling on himself, guys. He's giving shit away for free. James Olin says copper cones. Yes. All right. The GBU 57 Greer Buster. All right, relying on case law. Contrary to defendant's false accusations, plaintiff doesn't just file things for the thrill of it. I don't think you have a thrill, Russell. I think you don't understand what you're doing. I think you actually have like the Sunday scaries all the time. He researches. Oh God. Oh God. Greer's relying on case law said a person is required to give away their entire monies they have on them to file a case. Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to have a lot of disposable income. You know, where's the case law, Russell? Where's your case law? What case was that? Because I'd like to know. And no, I'm not firing up Decisis to look for it for you. Further decision to grant or deny former Pop Harris under Section 1915 lies in the sound discretion of the trial court. Yes. It's the truth that Greer didn't have a lot of money on him and he's using money to move. Greer told the court that the court chose to grant IPF. Well, and God damn it, Russell, don't do this. Widows and orphans, you go to hell if you do this, okay? You go to Mormon hell. Not done with trying to insult Greer's integrity, and proving how much the thesis insanely creepy individuals stalk him. The defendants point to Facebook post from 2020 talking about hiring musicians. So you're admitting this is real, which is great. Thank you for confirming, Russell. Thank you for confirming. Thank you for confirming the real. There's a few things wrong with their gotcha. The STEMI checks went to the audition. I remember that. I remember people getting STEMI checks, and like that was when I was working for the prosecutor's office halfway through the year, and like we got furloughed. We had to start taking furloughs in the government. And my county people, like everybody had to take furloughs, and I qualified for STEMI checks, and like everybody else got their STEMI checks. I got mine like last December. Finally, they finally issued me a fucking refund for my 2020 taxes. It took for fucking ever. I had to get my congressman involved, and it's taken years to get it. But I finally got all my STEMI checks because I never got them. When you guys were getting STEMI checks, I never got them, and when you never got them, you were supposed to get them in your refunds. But yeah. Kind of sucked. My cat's name is Karen, says I got 0 in STEMI checks. Well, I resigned halfway through the year because I was like, well, we're gonna lose the election, and the new lady's coming in and said she was gonna fire everybody. So I'm like, I'm getting out now. So no one should have gotten those checks. Yeah, but you know what? We've got like we're like 250 trillion in the hole. Like we're not fixing this problem. Like let's be real, we're not fixing the spending problem. So since Greer had moved to Las Vegas by then, he was and yeah, the lady who said she was going to win won because she rode the Trump wave. He had moved to Las Vegas. He was able to use money as he had been done moving. See, I this part of Russell really gets me crazy. Like he is he's not that stupid. At times he can write very well. Like, this is like Hills Have Eyes level of education, man. So there you go. Yeah, he must write these on his phone. But I will say, I've had to write a motion on my phone before, chat, like a motion to continue, like at the last minute, or a motion to can do something. It's a pain in the ass if you don't already have pre-formatted forms put together. It is a dick and a half to put together. The March 21, 2021 stimmy checks went out to the AGT lawsuit, which was filed in August. Plaintiff is unsure why defendants are still protesting this investigating. They got his IPF status revoked, and this is turning into litigation harassment. Well, no, we didn't get it all the way revoked. The defendants need to stop pointing their fingers insulting at plaintiff. I mean, they need to stop pointing their fingers insultingly at the plaintiff. He did nothing wrong. Russell Greer is like every hood mama. He did do nothing wrong. He's just a nice boy. He just want to be a SoundCloud rapper and work on computers. These false accusations only prove the defendants have no case. None of their filings have anything to do with copyright. Factually submitted Russell Greer, mind the fight. Like, Russell, that's like, none of your shit has anything to do with copyright. Now, this is interesting because guys, if you read through the way the courts did this, they organized stuff a little differently. So that's kind of like the order they have some things here. So it looks like we'll be bouncing around number wise, but this is Russell Greer kind of dealing with some stuff that's come out in court. All right. So just bear with me as we go through these. We are making some good time so far. So from here on, Russell filed another thing. This is something that we did not get to, and this is Russell Greer's notice of another case Russell Greer had when he went after Taylor Swift. You know, he says the defendants are wanting to unseal a 2020 case to show he paid a filing fee, but it didn't in this case. And that reasonable explanation must be that he committed fraud. Russell submits a notice to show that before July 2020, Russell had disposable income that allowed him to pay a filing fee. The attached exhibit shows he started an auto loan with PAC Finance, and so partly why he couldn't pay the 2020 fee for this case was he was tied down with expenses. He did the Nick Ricada thing. He leveraged his debt, chat. He was leveraging, including an auto loan that had not existed when he paid the May filing. Also, plaintiff regrets filing that Tennessee lawsuit and actually abandoned the lawsuit because he realized how bad it looked and how focusing on that was destroying his mental state. Oh, it's like you're admitting that it was a bullshit lawsuit too, Russell. He needed to focus on the main culprits for why his life was in shambles. Kiwi Farms and John Potter. Joshua Cottermoon. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. Oh my God. It really is the hardship. So he was moving from Utah to Vegas and so was saving up money and couldn't afford the filing fee. This is all explained in the application. Plaintiff did nothing wrong. Everything he submitted for the screening was true. The defendants are now harassing the plaintiff and wasting judicial resources. Submitted by Russell Greer. My point. Now, he has some exhibits here. An exhibit says auto loan with payments here. He made a bunch of loan payments. It's like paid, closed, never late. Well, there you go. At least he pays his bills. There we go. The original balance, $8,600. The date opened July 2020. I mean, I guess it just shows you used a fucking, like, you know, title loan. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess good for you, Russell. I guess good for you. I don't know if that's something like, yay. Oh. Yes, guys, the parliamentarian is fucking us out of cheap suppressors. But really, I mean, it's never going to happen, and that's good. I mean, honestly, the bill needs to die. the other shit in it is not worth it just to get free suppressors. So, yes. But yes, in PPP terms, Russell Greer is broke. He's a brokey. All right, guys. So I gotta keep forgetting, reminding myself to black out the things because Russell Greer might cry. Russell Greer might cry if I don't do this right. Russell Greer, the pro se litigant. So he had responded here, and he says there's quite a few things to reply to. And this is about when we were talking about the realtor. You guys remember Russell Greer in the last show was also trying to buy the brothel or at least get eminent domain to build a brothel in Winnemucca, Nevada. And he had one of these realtors helping him out. The best realtor around. David says the Tennessee Swift case, the IFP forms aren't on, those are sealed. I don't believe those are available. So, unless they are now. But generally with the IFP stuff, that's generally shielded from the public. You can't just get it on Pacer. He says the defendants are the ones giving the court the material of misrepresentations. He's like, it is you, Matthew Hardin. It is you. They literally CC'd the plaintiff an email to a realtor saying the realtor was now a witness to his frauds. Plaintiff admittedly put a typo in the motion. He meant to type defendants bizarrely emailed, not subpoenaed. Bizarrely emailed? How do you email in a bizarre manner? Or you could say the email was bizarre, but you can't bizarrely email people. There's not really a way to do it. He says, but the point stands. When, oh, you're right, David. Yes, there was no IFP in that one. Yes. Sorry. Yes, he did pay on that one. I forgot. He's bitching that, well, now I'm out of money. Yes, it's quite the typo. But the point stands when the defendants wrote now a witness. It made it seem like the defendant's lawyer was trying to subpoena the realtor, which, again, the realtor has nothing to offer. So including Mr. Huber in an email was inappropriate. Really? And then, he's like, Russell's like, they say this is inapplicable, Rule 26, yet they are the ones literally doing discovery by emailing every government entity in Humboldt County, Nevada, which is doing discovery. FOIAing stuff is not discovery, Russell. For the purposes of a motion for sanctions. That is literally doing discovery. No, it's not. It's not discovery. They're not a party to the suit. It is not discovery. Nobody's being subpoenaed. It's just everybody fucking hates you and they're willing to give up all their money. You like how Russell Greer is some villain in a poorly made children's film? Well, you have to. He's not like Kingpin. He's not a real bad guy. He's just a big retard. Defendants complain about the use of the word emergency. It is. It was an emergency. Plaintiff couldn't get the city to reschedule it. It was literally in a government email to Greer that Mr. Hardin would have received in a discovery request to the city of Winnemucca, which says, thanks for the reply. Could we actually be put on the May 20th agenda? Plaintiff asked this because he remembered the court hearing was that day. Thus, he done goofed up. Your Honor, I'm just a big old retard. I goofed up. The city responded, Mr. Greer, May 6th is the day that works best for the city of Winnemucca. That's not what that, Russell, that doesn't mean you couldn't get another day. Because the city would not reschedule, an emergency had been created. An emergency for you to come in and lie and dare to ruin the vibe in a city by coming and drooling about how you're going to just start building whorehouses. And in the town, the beautiful people of Winnemucca don't want any more, Russell. They don't want any more whorehouses. And they don't want you there. Plaintiff said nothing false. I would argue, yeah, you did. It was business as well. I mean, is it really business as well, Russell? Is it really business? I don't know, man. Is it really business? You're like, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to steal someone's land. I mean, I get it. Russell's trying to pull the Pfizer move. He's trying to be like Pfizer in this New Haven, Connecticut. He's going to find the Suzette Kilo of Winnemucca, Nevada in eminent domain, their property. And then if he really wants to troll people, do what Pfizer did in, result of the Kilo case. Don't actually build on the land. Yes, that's right, chat. Yes, that lady's house was taken by eminent domain and they never fucking did anything with the property. Not saying that would cause me to fucking sensitize some fertilizer and with heating oil, but it probably would. Yes. Plaintiff literally met and spoke to people for the purposes of business, not connected to the city council meeting. Plaintiff also considered the city council business because for the business to move forward, land had to be rezoned. A guy interested in investing in Winnemucca had emailed Greer extensively about it, and Greer said he would try to get the city council to rezone. While in Winnemucca, Greer met with 3 people for the purposes of business, not connected to the city council meeting. What's your other business, Russell? What are your other business things? What do you got your irons in the fire, huh? What are you dabbling in? What are you dabbling in, Russell? Are you gonna try to get in on the lithium mining? Are you trying to get on lithium mining here, buddy? The defendants are trying to frame plaintiff as being dishonest for not writing about a city council meeting. Yet plaintiff had literally wrote in his continuance motion, plaintiff would rather not be specific as the Kiwis Farms users make it a game to sabotage anything connected to plaintiff activity Mr. Moon allows by keeping his website up. Well, Russell, you sabotaged yourself, so it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yes, that's it. He's trying to build an Olive Garden there. Yes. He's setting up. That's it. Darting Corporation is trying to set him up as a he's a site locator. Plaintiff said he wasn't being specific. So again, the idea that Russell was somehow being dishonest is absurd. Russell doesn't owe defendants every single detail of every single second of his life, but you do. This court was not harmed by having the meeting being vague. You're not supposed to lie to the court, Russell. So see, this is his point. Okay, yes, I was being dishonest to the court, but it didn't really hurt you. It's like, okay, so now you're admitting you were being dishonest. Bravo, Russell. So, regardless of the facts, the defendant's attorney had been emailing parties, and he CC'd a realtor that was forming a relationship with Hardin, and with Hardin bizarrely interfered that plaintiff was a fraud. God, damn, I messed up, Russell. Hardin bizarrely inferred that plaintiff was a fraud in that email. Plaintiffs say discovery stayed, yet they are literally emailing people for fact-finding purposes. Well, yeah, they're doing it on their own. They're not asking you for anything. Yes, the lie to a court by itself is harmful, yes. But he's also pointing out, like, yeah, well, it was harmful, but it didn't matter. Russell Greer is arguing a harmless error. Plaintiff is unsure who else Hardin is emailing, but Hardin, and you know what? That scares Russell. Who else is being emailed? But Hardin has done enough damage trying to embarrass plaintiff with either outdated information or false information by CCing the realtor and telling the plaintiff about your frauds. Either Hardin considers discovery or he's doing this on purpose to stalk the plaintiff, which is why plaintiff felt threatened enough to get the police involved. Where? We'd like to see this. So if Hardin isn't doing discovery and is just randomly emailing people with false accusations, then that's a criminal offense of stalking. Well, you should go to the police with that, Russell. Let me know what happens. Because Mr. Hardin is a lawyer for the case and to prevent further embarrassment, plaintiff seeks a protective order so the defendants can stop emailing people about Greer for fact-finding purposes pertaining to any aspect of this case or for any motions related to this case. I don't know how, Russell, I don't think you... My left foot, like, that's funny. I'll give him credit. That is clever, like, to try to make this argument. That is very clever to try to make this argument. It is very, very clever. I give you credit, Russell. I give you credit. You try. I mean, that is that takes a lot of chutzpah to come up with that argument. Oh God. He's trying, folks. He's trying real hard. Mr. Meeseeks would love him. So, moving on from there, Russell did file a response to All of this. Oh wait, we already just went through. Why did we? What the heck? I already. Yeah, sorry, chat. We already. Why did this show up again? God damn you, sir. God damn you, Pacer. Um, you just ruined it for me. All right, chat. Here we go. We have another one here. Plaintiffs notice the supplemental authority of the book registration date. So Russell, and this is interesting because I don't know if he put the copyright for his book in the complaint when we go back through it all, but Rear does this notice of supplemental authority. I don't know if this supplemental since you already did it once. Like you had to done this at the beginning. Plaintiff says on top of money needed to show what he did in 2020, he was nearing his 3-year statute of limitation mark to file for infringement. That's what he filed in September 2020 because the book was published in October 2017. And he didn't think he could squeeze out the money to meet the filing deadline and also having adequate funds for everything previously explained with regards to moving. And that's the thing. I don't doubt that he filed this. The date of the publication, 10/22/2017. Okay. By Russell Godfrey Greer. And Godfrey, yes, he doesn't have God. That's it, God before him. Oh. Is Russ suing for breadsticks? Yes. He wants the never-ending pasta bowl, chat. All right, chat. Hold on 1 second here. I got to grab something. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. So there we go. That's his point of trying to show that. And it's like, I don't think it's going to get you further on that. But I guess, good for you, Russell. I guess you're trying to do something. You watch Harden do it all the time. So, Harden files notices. I'll file a notice. And he files another notice here. These, like I said, guys, a lot of this stuff we're going to just chug right through here because it's not too bad in spots. Parallax trying to tell me it's going to take 6 hours. So plaintiffs notice the supplemental authority of U-Haul data retention policy. So Russell says to prove the plaintiff was saving money and why he uses status, he was going to produce a U-Haul receipt, but has no past orders showing up on the online system. What about your email, Russell? Plaintiff did some digging and found that U-Haul only retains data for a certain amount of time. This brings up what is flawed about defendant's investigation. 5 years have passed. A lot of receipts are long gone. The defendants have had since 2021 to protest the status. It's ridiculous that it's now being brought up. Well, they just discovered your fraud on the court. Thankfully, plaintiff has a social media post proving that he was indeed moving. Plaintiff will reaffirm he did nothing wrong. The defendants obviously have no defense to copyright infringement. I mean, I don't know about that, Russell. But anyway, so let's see. Well, their data retention policy, that's not officially theirs. How do you know where that came from? I don't know where it came from. I don't know what this is, Russell. So this isn't really a valid, thing. Yeah, this is his proof. This is his proof. Bye, Utah. It's been weird. I'm sure Utah's like, bye, Russell. It's been real and it's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. But yeah, that's not enough either, Russell. That's not enough either there, buddy. Not enough either there, buddy boy, but you're trying. You are trying real hard. Oh my God. He's trying, chat. He's trying so hard. He's trying so hard here. Did Russell include the copyright registration numbers, number 26, in the initial complaint? I don't know. I don't know if he did. We'll have to go back through that at some point. So, Sean's gonna get on Never Pasta Bowl suit. Yeah, I mean, hey, I remember when they do that, man. I was like, oh yeah. Did he try graping the bus boys? I don't know. Godfrey to Evelyn. EDW after. Yeah, that's right. When they pulled off the face for Baldwin the Fourth, they should have used Russell Greer instead. Salahuddin, I shall send my doctors. I come with Jerusalem. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm horrible. I'm fucking horrible. Oh. Well, Bun E22 says, who doesn't keep receipts? Well, he has emails. They surely would have emailed it to him. It would have been there. It would have been there, chat. So, anyways, it's a notice of supplemental authority by Matthew Hardin. Once again, from the Hardin Law Office, equity partner, chief diversity officer. I don't know if you guys know that about Matthew Hardin. At the Hardin Law Office, Matthew Hardin is the chief diversity officer, chat. He's the chief diversity officer. And I asked him about the one day, and Hardin is like, I ride or die for DEI. That's what he said. That's what he said. He wanted only the blackest, most lesbian, most Jewish, transgender, blind people with AIDS working for his law firm. And that's the only people they accept there at the Hardin Law Office. So yes, Hardin is all about it. Just so you're aware. Just so you're aware. In my firm, I'm the VP of gay outreach. Oh. You don't have to reach out too far because, their shit's all hanging out in the breeze. Yes, Matthew Hardin. So they come through with a notice of supplemental authority respect to the plaintiff's attempt to recently improperly label a settlement demand as attorney's eyes only. Remember, we brought this up. Everything he's sending now is Gooner says, am I going to cover it if I can find a copy of it? In the meantime, we have Nick just talking about it, which you shouldn't be using the last name of the guy who got a yeah, Nick's already, like, if this was Ohio, he would have violated it already. So he shouldn't really be doing it. He really shouldn't be doing it. If I can find a copy of it, I definitely will look at it. So if he really did, I will take a look at it. So, oh. So they say, notwithstanding the principle that is unethical and improper for a party to threaten criminal complaints in order to obtain advantage in a civil matter. And that's true. You can't threaten shit like that. It gets you in trouble. Greer, defendants received an email from Greer marked attorney's eyes only. A copy of that email is attached here to a redacted form as Exhibit A, along with the defendant's response. Defendants note in the response that it appears plaintiff is attempting to use the threat of criminal complaints in order to obtain an advantage or extort a settlement in this case. But defendants would never want to hide any evidence from the police or discourage a full inquiry by any relevant prosecuting authority, even if Greer would prefer to do so. Additionally, Greer seeks to make settlement demands which he can ostensibly not share with his own client because they are marked attorney's eyes only. And because of the abuse of marking materials, counsel cannot simultaneously comply with both the protective order and the rules of professional conduct, which require Matthew Hardin to promptly notify his client of any settlement offers. And that's the thing. If Russell Greer says, I'll let you settle for $1 million, even though Josh is going to say no way in fucking hell, Hardin has to take that back to Josh. And that way Josh has to say no. That's how it works, guys. I mean, it happens in the, civil setting and criminal setting, the criminal setting all the time. The prosecutor makes an offer and they're like, will your guy take this? And I'm like, I look at him and say, there's absolutely no way in hell he's going to agree to that. But you know what I have to do? I got to get up. I got to walk out in the hallway, walk into the conference room, say, hey, man, prosecutor suggested this. And they're like, I said, look, you don't have to take it. I just have to tell it to you. I already know the answer is no, but here's what they're offering. And the guy looks at me. He's like, no, fuck them. And I'm like, understood. Thank you. And I get up and, he's like, thank you for, he's like, not to you, but fuck them. I'm like, all right. And I go back in. I'm like, I told you he was going to say no. That happens all the time. You have to tell them. You have to tell them. So, and that's the rules of professional responsibility are they govern everything. It's like Uber alles. That can get him in serious trouble if he doesn't communicate information. The defendants submit that Greer's continued disregard for the terms is disconcerting. Defendants wish to go on record and immediately state they will not be part of any plan by the plaintiff to withhold information from the police under the guise of a settlement. So what did Russell Greer do? Well, Russell Greer sent out an email, and the email was this. This was from Russell Greer. And it says, "Sir," and then it reads like something from the CIA. "This is marked attorney's eyes only because those Kiwi Farms losers don't need to know about private email offers." Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. So Matthew Harden does a very good thing here. And I think this, I haven't read this yet, but I can tell it's already going to be very good. Because Matthew Harden wrote it. He says, first, it's unethical to threaten police action. The 10th Circuit's already emphasized that using criminal complaints as leverage is so egregious that it violates the Constitution. Threatening to take your documentation to the police if we don't exceed your settlement demands is very likely a crime in Utah. If you believe you have evidence that Moon committed a crime, you should immediately take that evidence to the police, regardless of whether the settlements are accepted or rejected. We would never want to hide evidence from the police. And he says, second, I have full responsibility to inform my client of all demands. You marking them attorney's eyes only ruins that. I have to promptly inform my client of a settlement offer below. When the lawyer receives a settlement offer, must promptly inform the client. You have to as soon as possible. Third, your email indicates that you have not taken to heart the court's admission that you should designate only eligible materials as attorney's eyes only. And the court said this. There's only certain things you can do this for. The court explained to you what type of information is designated. Your settlement demands, including but not limited to your threats to report my client to the police, are clearly not that. And he says, fourth, please consider this a demand pursuant to pages 13 through 14 of the protection order that you de-designate the email. He says there's no reason to believe that any portion of your email transmits protected or protectable information, such as business or trade secrets. And it says, pursuant to the protection order, if you fail to respond or fail to offer any valid information for how it's attorney's eyes only, it will be automatically de-designated. If you persist in your assertion this is attorney's eyes only, we'll file a formal motion to de-designate it, and we'll also seek sanctions for your frivolous and improper designation. Best, Matthew Harden. Matt likes using best. I like using regards. I always just use regards. But that's good stuff. Good stuff. That's some good soup, chat. That is some good soup. Oh my gosh, chat. We are like, some of those lines I tell you we got a ton of tabs. We are getting through these pretty good here. We're getting through this pretty good. Oh, hold on, chat. We gotta go back. I forgot this one. I didn't get this one blacked out. Sorry, Menno. I fixed it. I wonder if do you think he sits here and takes notes listening to me talk about his case? That'd be funny if he did. Because, people are terrified in the thread he's doing that. So, he has another supplemental notice. It's support of the protective order. No. Do you think Russell Greer likes cheese pizza? I don't know. I don't know if he does. Maybe he likes cheesier pizzas. I don't know. Maybe he likes 3 cheese pizzas. So Russell Greer now comes forward to file his own supplemental authority. Let's see here. The Wintermucker realtor with whom he met, which was the basis for trying to file a continuance, which has resulted in defendant's counsel conducting frivolous investigations, has informed plaintiff that multiple people continue to email him about plaintiff. We don't need to guess hard who these people are. Because Harden gathered irrelevant information not related to this case, it caused the absolutely creepy Kiwi Farms people to do what plaintiff has been telling this court that they do. These Kiwi Farms people. So racist, these people. They do not simply discuss. They go out of their way to destroy anything related to the plaintiff. You do a pretty good job of that yourself, Russell. The plaintiff has requested names and emails of the people emailing the realtor because the plaintiff has got the Las Vegas police involved. Well, we're going to see that. This pattern of conduct needs to stop. To stop defendant's counsel from further pushing more info to Kiwi Farms. Plaintiff requests a protective order. Submitted Russell Greer. My left point. So, his proof that he's there. Parts of a message conversation to the realtor. Well, you said it, the police, too. How do we know the police? Okay, so there's some text. Wait, hold on. You said the police. There's proof of your police involvement. You're saying the plaintiff has got the Las Vegas police involved. Where does it say that? Like, there's no proof of the Las Vegas police being involved, Russell. What the hell? That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's absolutely creepy legal term. Oh. I mean, it's almost like this exhibit is dishonest in what it contends to show. You're like, would Russell Greer do that? Do you think it's like the meme goes, do you really think people would do that lie on the internet? Oh, chat, hold on here. Oh, hold on, chat. All right. So, to be fair, I'm not going to mock him for a motion to reconsider. Because I just had a client, he got sentenced, and we're like, Judge, can you undo the thing you just did, please? We don't want to appeal his sentencing to the appellate court. We would like you to modify his sentence. So I kind of just had to do this. So I'm not going to mock him too much for that. I really had to do it. So it's a reconsideration of, ooh, geez. All right. Well, that was brilliant. So it's a reconsideration of the verbal order per the rules of federal rules of civil procedure. So he says, on May 6th, the court ordered plaintiff to give completely irrelevant documents to the defendants. Remember, that hearing, Russell Greer was ordered to do shit. When the court made this order, it was respectfully unaware of the tremendous hurdles plaintiff would face to get the said private documents. Plaintiff asked for a modification of the order on 5/15 because both he and his court were unaware of that plaintiff simply can't log into an online portal and get the documents. On May 28th, Greer spent $20 getting a letter notarized, sending it to 3rd District Court. On May 29th, a filing clerk informed plaintiff that it would be $67 to get the documents. This cost was broken down by postage to Mr. Hardin on certifying the documents. It was also informed that the clerk will not stamp the documents as attorney's eyes only. Well, no, Russell, they won't. Usual Mistake says his request was made public on the forums. Nice. But like I said, guys, I have not done the Russell Greer thread in like a month. I've really not looked at it. I've basically been only looking at like Destiny here and there, a lot of Ethan Klein because of the H3 stuff, and then Nick. I really haven't, even my regular account where I go cruising around and commenting on all kinds of threads and shit, that one's blown up because I haven't checked on it in like a month and a half. So I am very sorry. The May 29th development sharply contrasts from the May 6th order, as his court was unaware that retrieving documents would be an $87 endeavor. Imagine going to court saying, Your Honor, $87. No, he writes it almost like 87,000. I'll give him credit trying to like make it look even worse to the court. Your Honor, it's $87,000. Plaintiff would sincerely ask this court to order defendant to pay the cost for retrieving documents before he pays to get the documents. Well, that says this is turned into more costs than the court realized. It would just that the court retract its May 6 order and the documents simply be not retrieved based on no relevancy. And he says, even if this court orders repayment, a problem arises because the filing clerk will not stamp documents as attorney's eyes only. Well, that's not really a fucking problem. Hold on, chat. Sorry. They say, since the documents are being mailed directly to Hardin, plaintiff will be unable to write on the documents, attorney's eyes only. Hardin has already demonstrated he will publish documents if plaintiff fails to mark them confidential, even if common sense dictates they're confidential. And it says, because Hardin has demonstrated he won't abide by common sense, and that's true, Matthew Hardin is unconventional. And only written directive orders, plaintiff would ask that an order be entered that once Hardin receives the documents, that he not publish them anywhere or give them to Mr. Moon. So funny. It's like, give it to Mr. Moon. Like a little kid's book. Mr. Moon goes to the store. So further, the May order contradicts the court's July 15th, 2024 order. Russell, they could supersede. Orders could supersede each other. That is not impossible. Yes, Federal Rule 60 allows anything to be reconsidered based on new evidence. Yep. It can be based on any other reason that justifies relief. And he says the order conflicts with the July 15, 2020 order. That's because this supersedes that. It supersedes that. The court said on May 6th it was too late for plaintiff to argue relevancy and that the plaintiff didn't respond to the defendant's short form request. The court said it ordered production because plaintiff never responded and never argued against relevancy. True. If you don't raise it, you've waived it. First off, plaintiff never responded because the day plaintiffs filed their request, the court issued its order sanctioning plaintiff, and he lost track of their motion and never replied because he was busy filing objections. Plaintiff apologizes that. Second of all, plaintiff needs to let this court know he suffers from anxiety and depression. Wah. Wah. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh, I guess saying Hail Clyde. Is Clyde in here? I don't see Chef Clyde. I have not been reading the thread. No, I don't know. There's porn? Oh, buddy. Oh, we're going to have to be careful then. Let me know when we're coming to that part. Plaintiff didn't respond to the document request because he said in his first motion, the sanctions order knocked the wind out of plaintiff. It truly did. Your Honor, knocked the wind out of me. I'm just a big retard. I'm Simple Jack. And so plaintiff was in a depressed state and never responded. It was literally a combo breaker, chat. Combo breaker. This court should have been respectfully seen that a 2018 application for a restraining order against Joshua Moon has no relevancy to this case. You brought it up. By its own previous order and precedent, plaintiff's written opposition wasn't required. Plaintiff has just shared why he never responded. The defendants don't get to do fishing expeditions. I mean, they do. That's what this is what discovery is. It's all about abusing. It's all about abusing, Russell. It's all about the suffer. You know, yes, if you were Kazuhiro Miller, Why are we here? Yes, it's summer. Yes. Yes. The defendants don't get to do fishing expeditions. Well, they are. And the court should have seen the request as an expedition. As a restraining order has nothing to do with copyright. You brought it up, Russell. That's what you brought it up. Seeing the documents have no relevancy to this case and the producing them are turning in to more cost, this court should rescind its order. And they say the cost will be $80 total, $87. Should the court deny point A, plaintiff would ask them for point B to be considered. The third district clerk informed them that the documents retrieval and postage would be $67. This is completely new information. When this court made its ruling, as the court was under the belief the plaintiff could simply pick up his documents or just download them since they're your documents. Chef Clyde, because he's such a good boy. If Russell Greer adopted me, I would ask to be put down. Well, poor Clyde, you don't have to worry about going with Russell Greer. I would give you to the Haitians before I give you to Russell Greer. But he's such a good boy, chat. Chef Clyde. Because of the cost, and the court is unaware of the cost, it's another hardship, chat. Plaintiff should request an order the defendant to reimburse plaintiff before he pays for the documents. Plaintiff would also request to be reimbursed for the notarized document and scanning costs of $20 before he pays. This cost shifting is backed by case law, but courts analyzing the most fundamental question. How important is the sought-after evidence in comparison to the cost of production? Zubilaki versus UBS Warburg. This is a case where, if I remember correctly from civil procedure, they talk about this. There was information stored on magnetic tapes. Now, if you guys don't know, that is like, it's still done, but that's how you used to, like, when information, it was cheaper to do it that way. You stored electronic information on magnetic tapes. So, like, tapes. They were special kinds of tapes. And there was an issue about they had to retrieve data off of them and who was going to pay for it. And, yeah. So it's actually expensive for the new modern tapes. Yeah, but you can also get tons of data space for free. That's not a so if you guys are trying to find a magnetic tape, hold on here, let me chat. So LTO tapes, use them daily. Yeah, well, not everybody's ever seen these or know that. Like, I had to learn what those were when I was in college, like law school. I was like, what the fuck is a magnetic tape? But tape storage is a thing. You guys have never seen these. This is what tape storage looks like here. This is an example of it. I know some of you are going to be like, I'm a nerd. That's not mine looks like. Okay, yes, but this is what they look like. So you have to go through, you have to pull it out, you have to retrieve it and do some stuff there. Do some come on reels? I think like old ones do. Wait, who's gonna wait, who just says? AC says I could ship you some backup tapes. I mean, like, I'd love to like have one as an example just for the future when I could be like, here's a backup tape. Sure. Email me my send it to my PO box, please, Anderson Cooper. I would appreciate it. Like just one or two. I think that'd be kind of cool to have. So, Special Silicone says I worked doing backups overnight for a big corporation during my 1L year. I remember those tapes. Oh, cool. So, but yeah, guys, this is how they like. This is the deal with the UBS case about who has to pay the cost of retrieving the data because it wasn't cheap. It cost a lot of fucking money because there was a lot of shit on there. Tape me, daddy. Yes. How many KNUs can be stored on that? All of them. They actually could store a lot of data on those. Yes, they don't have to pull out shit that the machine like and moves around. So, yes, but it's a real thing. It's the digital equivalent of microfiche. Yes, I've heard that before. My Pro Professor was a guy, like, he did a bunch of cases and litigation involving tapes, so he had to learn all about them. It was really cool the way he explained everything. Like, he showed us pictures of it and how the stuff works. They say at 2018, I mean, remember, this is like when you're talking about discovery, that's like millions of dollars, not 87 fucking dollars, Russell. So that's an issue there. That's an issue. A 2018 restraining order application and denial order have no importance to the case at hand. It goes to your credibility. That's very critical. Because there is zero relevancy. Oh, there's still relevancy, Russell. There is still relevancy there, honey. Based on persuasive case law, the cost burden shifts to the defendants. Well, at least you understand it's persuasive because, yeah, the SDNY is not where they're at. Further, the cost would be undue because the plaintiff doesn't have a lot of money on him. Well, so do you have money or you don't have money? He has a savings account, but that is reserved for business? What the fuck? So you do have money. The plaintiff can't keep dipping into his business stash, and that's why he's fighting back on this extremely silly request. So if you have another revenue, like, pool of money, how much is in that one, Russell? I think we have the right to know. You've now told us you have extra money. He's fighting back on this extremely silly request. Notice before it was weird and creepy, but now it's just silly. It's silly, Billy. Silly boys. It's like, what, Russell? What the fuck, man? Like, yeah. Oh God, this doesn't work. This doesn't work, Russell. He can request the defendants want because defendants now have a pattern they're trying to do. They are trying to drain plaintiff of every dime he has on him. Maybe that is a strategy. It's a valid one. They are emboldened by the fees awarded in the initial disclosure fiasco, and they have since filed motion for sanctions after motion after motion. That is so extremely unfair. It's unfair. The court can even look back what it said in May. The court assumed plaintiff could just simply download documents. That is proven not to be the case. Since that's not the case, plaintiff would ask the court to reconsider the order and shift costs to the defendants. The filing clerk gave plaintiff a link to pay, and so if the court grants this point of cost shifting, plaintiff can give the link to defense attorney so they can pay it. And they say the filing clerk won't stamp attorney's eyes only. To comply with the discovery order, plaintiff is going to have the documents mailed directly to Hardin. Well, why not just take them yourself, Russell, and send them that way? Point A is denied and point B granted. Plaintiff asks the court to order Hardin not to publish the documents nor give them to Moon if they lack the proper wording of attorney's eyes only. Conclusion, God, fucking learn how to indent, buddy. Plaintiff would strongly ask the order to produce the documents be rescinded because they have no relevance. If the court feels the relevant documents must be produced, they want to shift the production to plaintiff defendants. Submitted Russell Greer, point as it goes. So this is just the notarized request of the 3rd District. He says, my name is Russell and I'm the petitioner in case number. I love how that works. You're not even giving your full name. My name is Russell. Anyways, it's Greer v. Moon. I'm requesting a certified copy of the case. Please stamp all pages at attorney's eyes only. These copies can be mailed to Matthew Hardin. Yeah, this is fucking weird how he did this. Exhibit B, the quoted cost is $67. They say, we received your request for a certified copy. The fee is $67.34. Well, Russell, you're paying off the 34 cents. That's very generous of you. So there you go. Like, that is so funny. You requested a copy of the entire case. That's 50 cents a page, $4 certification fee per document, and $4 for the certified letter and postage. 50 cents a page. I think that when they do shit like that's a fucking ripoff. So, but anyways, that's what Russell did there. You're like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is this? And now we're back into the groove, chat. We skipped a couple of days. And we moved on. Matthew Hardin strikes again. So Matthew Hardin now responds to Russell Greer. And I just want him one day, Matthew. Matt, I know you're out there. Just one day, say lol or lamau as your response, please, and just be lamau, respectfully submitted, Matthew Harden. Uh, why don't you see it's attorney's eyes only? Oh, you're gonna make Harden blush. All right, for the second time, Greer seeks to rewrite the record. Greer has not complied with, despite the passage of almost 5 months since the orders were issued. In an email dated almost 6 months ago, Greer stated he both possessed the documents the defense would seek and be happy to provide them. Indeed, Greer even specifically admitted the documents he filed in the Utah State Court were relevant, noting he clearly stated Farms was the subject of his grievances filed against Joshua Moon in the state courts of Utah. In the intervening months, Greer's story has changed considerably, as Greer now tells that he doesn't have the vital documents at all, and to obtain them would be expensive, difficult, and besides which, they aren't relevant. To put it mildly, the current story and his previous story conflict in numerous, very material ways. Yes. Can we have Harden on? I don't know if he would come on. I think he knows better. Talking to me on the phone's risky enough because I might give him put bad ideas in his head. So Greer's twice now sought to vacate the court's order granting a motion to compel, which was originally issued 5 months ago. Greer sought reconsideration first in filing 243 and then in 294. Greer sought modification, which basically is reconsideration. Both of these were denied, although the court did allow Greer time to comply. Nevertheless, Greer has not complied and has instead filed a third motion seeking relief from providing the defendants a document he previously had called relevant and indicated he was happy to provide. Yes. The underlying discovery request was served in November 2024. Halfway through 2025, Greer is still fighting tooth and nail to avoid compliance. The court warned Greer as follows. He says, if we don't at least see some, if they are not produced, then we will have to reconvene and figure out why. If they are just not produced because Greer doesn't want to get it, then we'll be talking about Rule 37 sanctions. He says, which would include other things and fees. So while we're getting to that point here, I want to give him at least 14 days to get that to you. And they say Greer has made it clear he has no intention of cooperating. This court should deny Greer's third motion to reconsider the prior order. And this court should reconvene, as I previously stated, to address whether the case should be dismissed under Rule 37B or otherwise. So they talk about here that, yes, under Rule 60, it's disfavored and may only be granted under extraordinary circumstances. Yes, that's true. And there's only relief under 6 circumstances here. Mistake, inadvertent surprise, or excusable neglect, newly discovered evidence that reasonable diligence could not have been discovered prior to in time to move for a new trial. Fraud, misrepresentation, or misconduct by the other party. The judgment is void. The judgment has been satisfied, released, or discharged. Is based on an earlier judgment that has been reversed or vacated, or applying it is no longer equitable. And there you go, chat. Equity's rearing its head again. And then any other reason that justifies relief, which I think Russell can make the argument that's the one he's talking about. I think Russell can do that. Russell has not proven that any extraordinary relief is warranted or appropriate. Instead, he has demonstrated only his own willful refusal to follow this court's orders and ensure the orderly progress of litigation. Worse, Greer's refusal to engage in any manner whatsoever with the factual discrepancies between his correspondence, in which he admits he possesses relevant documents and happy to provide them. And his recent filings with indicates he does not have the documents and will do everything to prevent the defendants from obtaining them, illustrate why Greer's requested relief should be denied and why this case should be dismissed. Under Rule 37, as this court previously indicated, or Rule 11. Guess, because it's getting frivolous, guys. Greer's argument boils down to 2 main points. First, Greer indicates that when the court ordered Greer to obtain the documents, this court was unaware of the hurdles that would have occurred for him that he would have to overcome. Second, Greer claims he can't comply with the court's standard protective order because a clerk in Utah and a state court will not do Greer's work for him and stamp documents attorney's eyes only. Greer also throws in a litany of other reasons the court should not follow the ordinary rules in this case. Greer litigates his failure to oppose the underlying motion to compel and argues the documents are irrelevant. Argues that he suffers from anxiety and depression. Everybody's got anxiety and depression. And states he's not required to respond at all. None of Mr. Greer's arguments merit extraordinary relief. And it says, first, the tremendous hurdles Greer claims are either fabricated or self-imposed. Remember, chat, Russell Greer is the guy who puts up the monsters all around him, then lays on the floor and cries. Greer stated that a copy of the documents would be happy to provide him. It's unclear why Greer now claims not to have the documents or why he must obtain them. But regardless, Greer has made his bed and now must lie in it. Yes. Just like, well, unlike Russell doesn't know because he doesn't get to take his hookers to bed because they rip him off at Olive Garden. But Russell, it's like where you want to take your hookers to your bed. You have to lie in it. Oh. So. Oh. And the financial cost, Russell Greer claims he faced to obtain them. He himself filed with the state courts of Utah under seal without serving the defendants are also inflated. It reveals that Russell Greer requested certified copies from the Utah courts and also requested certified mail from those courts, neither of which costs he must incur. Those costs are entirely voluntary for Greer. Equally unavailing is Greer's renewed claim that he is impoverished and cannot pay copying costs. Notwithstanding he admitting he has thousands of dollars in an account he claims is somehow reserved for business. And yes, copying costs are a routine part of discovery, and routine copying costs do not merit fee shifting. That's true. Normal costs incurred for producing discovery are some you bear on yourself, at least now. You may win later and get costs, but generally, for example, if you sue Google and there's discovery and they have to hire and have people go through discovery, and they have to do discovery review and doc review, that's costs they incur, which they may never get back. You might say, that sucks. Well, that is the joys of civil litigation, chat. Like I said, you're shoving a bunch of money into a pile in the middle of the table in a big pile, and you light it on fire. So. Edward Scott with a very Donald Rumsfeldish, Rumsfeldian comment. You go to sleep, you have to sleep the hookers you hire, not the ones you wish you had. Foxwood says, don't tell him, don't tell me what. Is costage only appropriate when the request went afoul of Rule 26? Only for good cause. Second, Russell cannot seek relief by claiming he cannot force third parties to do his own work for him. Greer claims that state courts will not stamp his documents attorney's eyes only. He says, that's true, but it's also not the job of state courts with no connection to do Russell's job for him. Greer wants the court to mail the documents to the defense directly rather than mailing the documents to him. And appropriately label them under the protective order. Now, Matthew Hart brings up an interesting point with this. He says, this may be Russell Greer's most curious claim and adds impetus for defendants to investigate his true financial status. Russell apparently has access to these funds despite they are reserved for business. They say Greer claims he does not have money to prosecute this lawsuit, but apparently has plenty to promote prostitution in Nevada. The notion these funding streams are totally separate and unrelated strains credulity. Yes, it's very true. Very true for Russell Greer. Very true. So, they say, and Greer claims that because state courts will not do his job for him, he cannot comply with the terms of the protective order. That argument is nonsensical. Greer has not even bothered to explain what sensitive information is contained in the documents. such that it be necessary. And lastly, his ancillary arguments also lack merit. Russell can now not relitigate the underlying motion to compel, including arguments he could have raised but did not. District court should deny reconsideration when the motion is an attempt to revisit issues already addressed, or advance arguments that could have been raised earlier, or to relitigate old matters. And that is generally true, chat. You can't just go back and say, well, I got better arguments now. Too late. It's too late. And it says his anxiety and depression are not good cause. And his argument he's not required to respond to a court order, while technically correct, does not explain Greer's belief that a motion which is properly supported and argued should not be granted in the absence of a response, or Mr. Greer's assertion that he's immune from the rules of discovery and the local civil rules. And he's entitled to file serial motions for reconsideration, which he failed to raise in the first place. So they want to deny Russell's motion. I mean, obviously, that's what's being asked here. They do talk about Russell's civil case history here. This is out of Clark County, Nevada. Russell has a couple of things here. He's applied for some protective stalking orders, and you can see he's getting denied. You can see here he's going for one. Ooh, that's not good. So it's a protective order. Russell again, the applicant. Russell's again the applicant. Russell again the applicant. Notice loss. Order denied. Russell owes money to payday loans. Russell sued Sybil Stallone. His case was closed. He also had an eviction case that ended up getting closed in 2024. But I think we covered that one because Russell was out on the street, like living in his car, immediately right afterwards. Yes, head trauma equals a trauma lump. Yes. Russell's full of trauma lumps, chat, if you didn't know. All right. Well, it's about an hour and a half, chat. We got to bring up some things here. Vodka Blood -J07VF. Interesting call sign. Gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Vodka Blood. Critosis. How are you doing out there, man? Hope your battle with Acer Thorn is going well. He's gifting 10 subs. Let's go, chat. Some freaking support tonight. Let me tell you what, buddy. Woo! It's getting there. We are getting there, chat. Katie says the Haitians are getting deported. Clyde is safe. Really? Are the Haitians getting deported? Haitians getting deported. Ohio. Let's see here. Oh, yes, it is happening, chat. Celebrate good times. Clyde safe. Do. Clyde doesn't have to walk around carrying a switchblade anymore. It's been tough out there for a dog. Unhung Hero for $2 says, he's but a humble blogger. He doesn't computer good. No, I don't. This is the thing I play computer games on. That's all I know about it. Little, young me, when you had to play games using DOS and boot it up, knows more about computers. I don't know anything anymore. I know power button. That's what I know. Whiskey 77, how you doing, man? Says for $9.99. Says I'm not pointing fingers, but the names in blue are trying to sell Ricada Peen picks. Yes, you can't trust the names in blue, chat, when you see them. Unhung Hero says the reckoning is gonna come. I hope not. And Unhung Hero also says Russell is drooling at the possibility of not paying. God, that's scaring me. Oh, no. Bob Johnson says Russell Greer looks like Ricky Berwick in an exoskeleton. Funny enough, Ricky Berwick was on Fish Tank, And he came. There's the clip of him coming around the counter on the ground. And the guy panicked because like the way Ricky was moving. Also, apparently, Fish Tank got swatted, so the season's over. Yeah. So, Kitchen Knife Rescue, good to see you, man. It's been a matter of 14 months. Says I have an and I must seethe. Well, seethe and cope and piz and shit. I think we all would. I don't know what else to do with those guys. So, don't know what to do, chat. Don't know what to do. When did they get swatted? I think today or something. Are you sure the swatting wasn't a work? No, because I saw on the farms right before we started. It looks like it's over. So, yeah, like the season's over. Somebody ruined it. Someone ruined it, chat. They're assholes. So, moving on there, Harden then provides us with an interesting update to things. Russell Greer has violated the discovery violation. There's been a stay on discovery. And Russell Greer apparently violated it. Well, how did Russell Greer do that? Well, let's see. Remember, that was something that was on hold. They're moving it to another place. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Redditors bragged about it. Well, of course, the fucking Redditors. You just wish get a JDAM strike on wherever Reddit has all of this equipment. Like, get all the mods in one room as a convention and just fucking drop a cluster bomb on it. So get a Russian cluster bomb with those little butterfly mines and make them have to walk through a field full of them. They say now they are also asking the court to point out there's a violation for the stay on discovery. Ooh, what did he do here? On June 5th, Russell Greer wrote to the defendants and indicate the clerk issued a subpoena today for Mr. Moon. But this court stayed all discovery on this case orally on May 6th. The court later memorialized this stay on all discovery with one immaterial exception on May 7th. Yet Mr. Greer confirmed he's attempting to use subpoena the clerk. The subpoena the clerk apparently issued for the purpose of seeking discovery in violation of the stay. Because there's no evidentiary hearing or trial set in this matter, there is no valid purpose for Greer to seek subpoenas. In this case, unless or until the stay is lifted, and any subpoena Greer might seek is inherently a discovery subpoena issued in violation of the stay. And they submit that these are, without first seeking leave of the court, are illustrative of the abusive process. Let's see what Russell did. What did he do? Well, here we go. This is just very simple. Mr. Harden, the clerk issued a subpoena today for Mr. Moon. I love it. Mr. Moon. Can this be served on you? And if so, which address? Well, that's actually a good thing Russell did. Like, here, I'm going to serve. Can I serve this on you? Because you are the attorney. So can I serve this on you? Fair enough. And Matthew Harden, though, says, good morning. I will not accept service of a subpoena, which is the correct response when there's a stay. Fuck you. I ain't touching that. I ain't touching it. It would be the defendant's position that any subpoena should be withdrawn or quashed because of the stay. I'm unclear why you believe there's any authority to serve a subpoena while discovery stayed. And Russell goes, sure. I'm trying to locate the two John Does to serve them. Would you like to do a meet and confer? I like this. Russell's learning. He's trying to attorney. You give him credit. He's like the retarded little raptor playing with the door handle. He's figuring it out. Remember, they say the raptors had the brains of like a 5-year-old or the 3-year-old. So Russell's like, oh, the door opens. Yes. Russell, learn. Russell, gain knowledge. What are the plural of John Doe? John Does. Does is how you do it, or Jane Does. So that is interesting there. We never got a copy of the actual subpoena on this part yet. So what happened here? Well, Harden also filed another thing here He filed for sanctions because he's like, we need sanctions, Your Honor. We need to sanction him. And they want sanctions arising out of the improper certification and requesting a subpoena. And they say later false statements to the clerk attempting to protect his improperly obtained subpoena from being quashed. And they say if they hold sanctions cannot be awarded, they request the court issue an order for Greer to show cause why he should not be sanctioned. And they say that Greer obtained a discovery subpoena from the clerks. The subpoena was obtained in violation of the orders with the written stay and the oral stay. Greer's improperly obtained subpoena was deemed invalid and void by the clerk of courts. But that only happened after the defendants were forced to spend hours of attorney time bringing issue to the attention of the court. Greer made misrepresentations to the clerk in order to obtain it. And now what did he do? In the initial request for the subpoena, Greer failed to entirely disclose discovery was stayed. And when the undersigned counsel wrote to the clerk's office to question why it was issued, Greer lied to the court, stating the judge clearly said discovery to find the John Does was not barred. Yeah, I don't think so, Russell. But the transcript is freely available and reveals that Russell Greer flagrantly falsified the nature of the oral order in an attempt to enforce the subpoena he obtained. And they say the written order at ECF 283 does not reflect any of that. Now, when you submit a discovery request, you're certifying that it's consistent with the federal rules and is not interposed for any improper purpose, like harass, cause unnecessary delay, and needlessly increase the cost. Well, it's certainly to harass. And they say the discovery subpoena was flagrantly out of compliance with the rules, and moreover, Greer's request was interposed for the purpose of circumventing the court's order staying discovery. And they say under Rule 11, unrepresented parties who submit paper to the court or advocate for that paper certify the paper is not presented for an improper purpose, and it's warranted under existing law for a non-frivolous argument for a change. And they say the discovery subpoena was improper under Rule 11 for the same reasons it's improper under Rule 26. Remember, guys, Rule 11 is a safe harbor. It covers, Rule 11 can apply to any filing that the other party does or that you do. And they say falsely misrepresenting the court and not stay discovery requires an appropriate sanction. And Russell does a big fucking deal. Russell's false email to the clerk is a paper, and Mr. Greer advocated for a position that was unsupported by the undisputed transcript of the hearing. And they say either Greer did not bother to review the transcript before he made representations, or he maliciously misrepresented what transpired at the hearing. I don't think so. And they say any event sanctions are required. And they say the proper remedy is a payment of attorney's fees incurred by the defense. You know, and he says, pursuant to Federal Rule 11, Matthew Harden says, I spent 1.3 hours of time correcting the error caused by Greer, another 1.1 hours drafting and filing this motion. And this time spent, as well as drafting and filing the notice at 328, the undersigned billing rate is $300 an hour, such that 2.4 hours of time will be billed to the defendants for a total of $720. And they say they seek an order allowing them to recoup these costs entirely from Russell Greer. Oh, Russell, it's not looking good, bros. Russell, bros, I'm not liking this. Oh, here we go, chat. And we have the subpoena. We have the subpoena for Josh. We have Josh's subpoena. Yes. We have Josh's peener. Chat. Something we never thought we'd see. Oh, this is actually a very good thing. Thank you, David, for pointing that out. I did read the footnote, but I did not share it. Russell Greer's memory is imperfect because he is documented to have been sending prostitution-related emails on his phone during that hearing. His actions on May 6th and related misrepresentations regarding an emergency he professed to have that day are subject of a motion for sanctions, which was served on him on May 19th and will be filed with the court on or about June 10th. He couldn't hear us because he was worried about his hookers. And yes, guys, remember, we listened to the video. You can listen. You can hear Russell is in the background trying to deal with his, he did it in the hallway as he was getting ready for his big hooker sale. Russell Greer goes in there like Don Draper, except the only thing draping this time was his smile. His face was draping. Oh, my God. Your Honor, I had to buy a babe and I couldn't be a coat. I'm just a Todd. I'm just a big old Todd, Your Honor. Now, this is the subpoena sent to to Joshua Connor Moon. It says, you are commanded to produce at the time, date, and place set forth the following documents, electronically stored information, objects, or to permit inspection, copying, testing, or sampling of the material. All right, chat. Russell wanted to sample the goods. Oh, here we go. So what did he want? Documents containing the IP addresses, okay, names, registration emails, and any other information on the Kiwi Farm server that would help identify users Rustard and Mosef Jartelli, also known as John Doe's 1 and 2, and he wanted it delivered to his email address. Yes. Do I mean John Potter? Yes. Yes. Yes, and yes, this is true. Russell Greer misspelled his name. His name is Russell. Yes. It's the case of Greer versus John Powder. This is awesome. Greer. The Greer family reunion. It's a group So this is the guys. We've seen these other subpoenas before for Russell's people. Show up in person to come do things. This is just what's known as like a subpoena duces tecum. That's a subpoena for documents and tangible things like that. Fire PA says, thanks for destroying my eardrum. Well, there you go. Yes. Useful mistake. This is better. Ree versus Moo. That's really good. Ree versus Moo. Yeah. Do not tecum, Sar. No tecum. Sar, we only put tecum on our chicken, Sar. Okay, so there's Russell's subpoena. Oh. So Matthew Harden responds to Russell, and so this is funny because Matthew goes ahead as he finds out about this. He sends an email. Out where he learns about this filing. And Matthew Harden just starts out just by fucking burying Russell Greer here, and it's good. He says, I write to inform the clerk the pro se plaintiff is apparently using the clerk's office to issue subpoenas, despite there being a stay on discovery. Judge Bennett has twice issued discovery stays. These orders have never been vacated or modified, nor were they appealed. The defendant's position is that the clerk's office should not be issuing subpoenas which are being requested in violation of the judge's orders. In the event any subpoenas are actually served, I will be moving to quash them, but my hope would be the subpoenas are not issued in the first instance, given there's no evidentiary hearing set in this case and the judge has emphatically stayed discovery twice. And then another thing here, he says, good morning. Matthew Harden follows up. He says, good afternoon. Following up on my email this morning, I would like to request copies of the underlying emails which Greer sent to the clerk's office or its staff ex parte. Remember, Russell did this all on his own, so it's an ex parte communication. It's the defendant's position that any ex parte request should be fully disclosed so the defense is not prejudiced by the defendant's failure to communicate to include all parties on relevant communications. Now, generally, when you get a subpoena, you don't they get it. They don't generally get to ask all the rest of it. And what happened? Well, the clerks in the District of Utah, which who are very nice people, when I got my audio thing, I had a little trouble on how to work out paying them. They were super fucking nice with me about it. And it says, sorry for the delay. We made the court aware. We're waiting for a response. And then Matthew says, he's like, thank you for the response. I received the clerk's order. I do still request a disclosure of the communications so I can take appropriate action. If you can forward me the email chain from Mr. Greer that led these subpoenas being issued, I would appreciate it. Yes, I'm sure you would, Matthew. And we do have them, chat. We do have them. Russell goes, hello. I need the following subpoena issued. Can you please sign? Sign Russell Greer. Oh, and this is where we go, chat. This is how we get to some great things here. This next bit. So as this goes here, so all those emails, we finally get Russell Greer jumping in. And hold on, chat. Where is... Okay, we're here. So here comes Russell. Russell says, hello. I love how Russell just like, hello. From Russell Greer to the clerk. And he says, hello. Matthew Hardin's first email is very misleading, and I actually just filed a motion for clarification. The judge clearly said discovery to find the John Does was not barred. Oof. Matthew is a pro hoc vice attorney whose credentials I'm highly skeptical of. These pestering emails are an example. Yes, because you're not pestering, huh, Russell? Because you're not pestering at all. You're not pestering at all, are you, huh? You're not pestering at all. Okay, you guys, is this where we're getting to, like, the good stuff? You guys told me I need to be careful about something. Are we coming up to that part? Distinct like a Greer voice. But yes, he's like, whose credentials I'm highly skeptical of. Yes, Russell's like, very sus. I can't trust this man. Yes. Please, Mr. Judge, take away Hardin's Latin words. He speaks in tongues. He speaks in tongues. Oh no. Oh no. ECF is a layer not safe for work. Okay. Well, we're going to get to that here. Oh, it's not visible without messing with the PDF. Okay. Yes, as Nick says, you got to use the magic words. You got to use the magic words, chat. All right, so what happens? Well, Russell Greer fires back with all this. He filed a motion to clarify, which I don't know what he's going to clarify. Your Honor, can you clarify if I'm retarded? Court will be like, yes, Russell, you are. Like, thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Okay, like I said, guys, I was just partially worried. I didn't want to, like, grab the, owning Russell and getting my channel nuked at the same time is not what I want. Not like this, chat. There's ways I want to laugh at Russell Greer, but I don't want him to get the last laugh. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, so Russell's motion for clarification regarding the stay. So he says this court stayed discovery until the two John Doe defendants could be served. Oddly, defendants have been doing discovery. No, they haven't. They've been FOIAing independent parties. Regardless, by launching public information requests, contacting people connected to the case, that they are tied to plaintiff's frauds. That aside, the plaintiff has been trying to serve the two John Does. Because he doesn't know their real names, he needs to obtain some kind of information to locate them. by subpoenaing Mr. Moon to hand over all their email registration details and IP addresses, as they were users of the farms. So Greer has counseled 4 defendants if they will accept the subpoena. Mr. Hardin told Greer discovery has stayed. As seen on the docket, the defendants are now bizarrely claiming plaintiff has violated the stay. How are they bizarrely claiming it? How are they bizarrely claiming it? Yes, legalese is an exotic language, especially for proud black lodge like Supreme Court justices. They can't understand it. They can't understand. However, this assertion is utterly ridiculous because the court did say the motion did not apply to finding who the John Does are. I don't know about that, Russell. So he requests clarification. I'm sure the court's going to say, you are a tard. Signed Russell Greer. Russell Greer. Russell here. Russell here. So Matthew Hardin immediately comes in off. He comes back right away. Say, what the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? We're not gonna let you clarify. We know what's going on. We're not tards. Your Honor, we aren't retarded. We know what you meant. So we oppose the motion that says, here. I wish you could swear in court. I wish you could swear in court. I wish you could swear in court, because I would have typed out, "Aw, shit, here we go again." Or I would have just put the meme up on the screen as like page 1. As the undersigned counsel stated at the May 6th hearing, Greer just files things. He doesn't think about it. He doesn't research it. He just pops off at the mouth or the pen and files it. Yes. So the purported motion is the latest that many follow a malevolent pattern. Greer filed this motion in a fit of pique when the defendants wrote the clerk to inquire why discovery subpoenas were being issued in contravention of the orders. Yes. Beaks nude and sheet. Sheet. Here we go again. As defendants have previously explained, and as will be detailed in the forthcoming motion for sanctions, which had already been served on Greer, it appears that Mr. Greer's memory of the hearing is flawed in large part because plaintiff is documented to have been sending horror-related, it should be horror-related, Matt. No more prostitution. He's trying to build a whore empire. Yes. His empire of whores. It's an empire of dirt. Emails on his phone during that hearing. Greer did not bother to read the transcript of the May 6th hearing before purporting to ask for clarification, and he did not bother to read this court's written order relating to the stay. Russell Greer could have also listened to the audio because by that point, chat, I had the audio and it's been released. Indeed, instead, Greer contacted this court with a motion that is factually inaccurate and contradicts what this court told him orally in writing. What's more, Greer does not stop at simply seeking clarification of his ostensible confusion. Instead, he seeks modification of a court order that he failed to oppose and did not timely appeal. Enough is enough. The clarification should be denied. Court should issue an order to show cause why he should not be sanctioned for offering false statements, and he really should. He really should be fucked for that. Without conducting the most cursory research on what the orders actually say, Greer cannot be permitted to tax the resources of the defendants in this court by continuing this pattern of filing first and asking questions later. That's true. And the order is a clarification if it does not change the party's original legal relationship, but restates the relationship in new terms. Motions to clarify an order are routinely construed as motions for reconsideration because modifying an order is not the same as clarifying that order. And every once in a while, guys, you will have to file. Like I've never had to, but I've seen it happen. Like, hey, Judge, we don't actually, we don't understand. Can this be clarified? like I said, generally, like, though, you could generally say, Judge, like, I've had this before, though, like in a divorce or child custody hearing or something. And we both, like, there was one time I had one where this guy was trying to get custody of a kid. Like, he wanted visitation of a kid that he wasn't the bio dad for, but he was like kind of like the stepdad figure for a long time. And he was trying to get visitation rights, and kind of looked at the magistrate made a comment, and we kind of looked at each other. Opposing counsel and I were like, "What do you mean, Your Honor? We don't." We both basically said, "Your Honor, we're retarded. We don't understand what you're getting at." And it was some issue about child support orders from like Pennsylvania, like with the way the kid was initially ordered, because that's where he lived, and we're like, "What?" Him and I were both like, "We don't understand. We really don't understand. We really don't understand." And it happened. It happened. It totally happened. So if there was a special ed version of law school, no, I mean, really, the attorney and I, like, we both have been practicing for about probably 10 years total, between like 10 years for him, 10 years for me. We're like, Judge, we don't understand. You're as a magistrate. We're like, we don't understand what you're getting at. And she had to explain it to us, and we're kind of like, okay. And we walked out of the hearing, and I'm like, I don't understand this still. And I get done, and like the next day I'm talking to the dude. We ran into each other for another case. I'm like, do you understand what the fuck she's getting? And he's like, I have no clue. So she's gonna make a ruling, and I guess we'll figure it out from there. So I had to go ask another attorney, and he ended up explaining it to me. And then I called the guy, and I'm like, hey man, listen, here's what we're doing. Here's what was explained to me. And he's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm like, I had to get explained to me like I'm a retard. We ran into each other in the bathroom. Well, I ran into him in the bathroom. We didn't run into each other. It wasn't a joust, let me tell you. Motions to reconsider may be construed one of two ways. If filed within 10 days of the judgment, is it treated as a motion to alter or amend under Rule 59. If filed more than 10 days after the entry of judgment, it's treated as a motion for relief under Rule 60. And it says argument, it should be denied because what he's seeking is not clarification. The court's orders are quite clear. Greer is not bothered to read them. It prefers to relitigate them. Similarly, the motion to modify the court's order should be denied because there's no good cause, nor any reason to raise these concerns. The court's orders are clear. The motion states facts that which appear to exist only in Russell's mind. The court stayed discovery until the two John Does could be served. But that's flatly untrue. That's not true! Matthew Harden coming in with a that's not true. Not true. No. Oh, it wasn't a joust. Well, that's because there wasn't any jousting. I ran into him like you kind of see, like, you know how an airplane runs into the fueling probe? That's kind of how that went. It wasn't I won that round. I won that round of tummy sticks. Oh, yes. Gooner says it's like Better Call Saul with the yes. See, they don't tell you that in Better Call Saul the attorneys wave their dicks around in the bathroom. Yes. And then while you're doing that, the judge may come in and he's like, "Can I join?" Oh. So. The court's actual order states discovery is hereby stayed pending a ruling on the motion to dismiss. And the transcript reveals the court stated that the stay is granted until the motion to dismiss is decided. The court could not have been any clearer, but Mr. Greer prefers to have it his own way. And Russell, this is not Burger King. But that's not the only misstatement. Greer also said the court said the motion not stated did not apply to find the two John Does. Again, Greer cites to no transcript or order for this proposition because it does not exist. This was manufactured out of whole cloth that Greer can wipe up his drool with. The transcript indicates no support for such a statement and is not memorialized in writing. The defense has now wasted its own time in the courts to correct a blatantly untrue statement of fact made by a plaintiff who refused to do even the most cursory research of his own. Greer also accuses the defense of doing discovery. The defendants have complied faithfully with the court's order. The defendants are at a loss to explain why Greer believes doing discovery in this case. The defendants have served no request for production, request for admission, interrogatories since the state was entered, nor have the defendants taken any depositions. And that's correct. Requesting information from people not part of the case is not discovery. There is no good faith basis for seeking clarification. Greer could have read the orders and the May 6 hearing transcript and obtained the clarification for free without imposing burdens on anyone. Instead, Greer popped off at the mouth or the pen, as is his pattern. This court must put an end to that practice. And it's too late to modify. It's far too late. It's too late to apologize. Yes, he needs a motion to clarify the Pro Hoc Vice. Russell's out there watching this. Don't give him fucking ideas, Tim. Oh. Russell Greer. When he gets too much saliva in his mouth. I'm like, oh, you know my name is Russell Greer. The defendants moved for a stay, and Greer did not bother filing an opposition. Although he did belatedly claim he needed extra time due to his own excusable neglect. The court denied the motion, and nevertheless, the court allowed Greer to present his arguments orally at the hearing on May 6th. At the hearing, Gray said, "Your Honor, the reason I didn't respond is that I don't oppose that." If Greer believed the stay of discovery would impede his ability, he should have said so in February, or March, or April, or at the hearing in May. Instead, Greer waited until the stay first had an impact on his plans to raise any concerns. This is far too late. A motion of reconsideration is not appropriate to revisit issues addressed or advance arguments that could have been raised previously. And the reconsideration is extraordinary and should be only used sparingly. Or sparingly. Sparingly. You know, is there an intervening change in the controlling law, new evidence unavailable, or the need to correct clear error or prevent manifest injustice? And that happens every once in a while, chat. Like, there is a clear error in fact. Something was said, Judge, that's not right. We need to fix that. Because it messes with the order. You know, here Greer fails to show any of the extraordinary factors. The law has not changed. No new evidence available to Greer that was not available before. And there's no need to correct an error because this court did not make an error. I mean, he should have said, unlike Mr. Greer, who makes a lot of errors, but at best, Greer now has buyer's remorse that he did not oppose the motion. And now wishes he did not have to abide by the court order. This is insufficient. Suffer, Russell, is what he says. Suffer. Suffer, Russell. Oh, but they also want, it's just good. Denying it, which could have been disproved if Greer had bothered to review in an even cursory fashion this court's order. Suffer, Russell. Suffer. Oh. Suffer. All right, chat. So I don't know. I'm on to the one apparently you guys are going to lose your mind about here. Here it comes, I guess, is what you're saying. But I don't know what happened here. So like I said, I was not paying attention on the farms this past month. I was in limited capacity. So here we go. 333. Apparently this is the something happened in this. Something happened this. Mr. Tim Beatty says, what if the does are dead? That would be hilarious. Yes, here it comes. So tell me what happens here. Implying I'm not always in limited capacity. Well, I am very retarded, so have mercy on me, chat. I'm just fooling about. So the plaintiffs for motion and reconsideration of a stay paying sanctions, resolution of this case, and appeal to the 10th Circuit. Wow, that's a lot of shit all at once. I don't even know what the hell you're asking for here, Russell, but that's a lot. So let's see here. And you know it's a lot when you don't need to eat up your whole page with the fucking caption, buddy. I almost feel like I'm like Sergeant Hartman in Full Metal Jacket. It's like 4 inches from your chest pile. 4 fucking inches. Just you don't need all this room, Russell. You don't need all this room. Oh. Oh. You don't need all of that. Oh. On May 15th, Judge Barlow denied a motion to stay the $1,000 Rule 37 sanctions awarded to the defendants. New evidence and actions of the defendants and their counsel have occurred that proves what he's been saying. Plaintiff may have appeared as being willful when actually he was being careful. Reverso, chat. That's a reversal card right there. Yes. Now show us your war face. You don't scare me. Work on it. To demand money sanctions over being careful absolutely makes zero sense. Oh, a lot of things don't make sense to you, buddy. Additionally, he was truthfully confused on what to even write his initial disclosure in the proper format. You could have Googled that shit, buddy. Plaintiff is also troubled by the fact that this court is refusing to sanction defendants for their misconduct, making it appear this court is acting arbitrarily. Oh, okay, Russell. You're against me too, Your Honor. You're against me. When plaintiffs talk to defendants about paying money, defendants will only accept a money order or a check. Plaintiff recently lost mail that was significantly valued less. And so he doesn't feel comfortable sending that amount of money through the mail. Why? Why? Get a money order. It's protected if it's stolen. That's why you get a post office money order, dude. Due to the recent actions, he has caused his business and reputation damage to Greer. To pay $1,000 over confusion and being careful, especially in light of recent conduct, is not just at all. Respectfully, reconsideration is sought. Well, ugh. Yeah. Oh, chat. Yeah. 500 viewers, 181 likes, guys. Yes. Give me a like. Each like makes Russell have one more. Each like is a trauma lump that'll start growing on Russell. Let's turn him into Elephant Man, chat. The Elephant Man of trauma lumps. You can do it. I mean, God, these aren't even spaced the same, and then arguments all like, what the fuck is this? Oh, the following reasons show the order should be reconsidered. Defendants have been targeting Greer's personal connections, just proving why Greer is being careful. So Harden began contacting people because he was upset that Greer tried postponing the hearing. Greer tried postponing because of inadvertently scheduling business and city council meeting on the same day. Harden bizarrely contacted nearly every single governmental department in the city of Winnemucca and began requesting any and all communications. Mr. Harden began telling these entities about a decade-old restraining order. The communications had a realtor on them, CC'd. Oh, I don't understand the comma. Yeah, the communications had a realtor on them, CC'd. Wouldn't you say the communications had CC'd a realtor? I don't know. Mr. Harden CC'd that realtor on a few emails and began telling Greer how the realtor was now roped in with your frauds. The communication scared off the realtor, and now the government entities in Winnemucca have a lesser view of Greer. I'm sure that's what it took. Russell. I'm sure that's what this. It's everyone's fault but yours. Not that you showed up and basically were fucking with people's properties, and they had no idea you were fucking with them. I mean, you are lucky nobody beat your ass with a baseball bat. Fucking with some man's land, fucking with a man's land, and like you just like do it out of nowhere, dude. Like, I'm not saying if you did that where I grew up, you'd be buried in a hole in the woods, but like people be chasing you out of the mean, threatening to beat the shit out of you. Where you're at, man, you could get put in a hole in the desert and win a mucka. I'm sure that's happened out there before many a time. Be careful. Yeah, well, justify the paragraph. He's got so many problems. That's one of the worst ones here. Yes, from reading the emails, they already had a low opinion of Russell. I agree. He came in there and acted like a dumb fuck before he even showed up. Mr. Hardin had no basis to do any of this. It was deliberate sabotage. And Hardin's in violation of ABA Rule 8.4. Well, you should be citing like Utah rules. That's the one you need to cite. The ABA rules are not. Actually, fuck. Why am I helping him? Why am I helping him? Why am I helping him? Why am I doing this? Why am I helping him? Yes, Russell. Call the American Bar Association and have them discipline Matthew Hardin. You're on the right track, homie. You're almost there. You're almost there. Make it happen. The realtors reported that, yes, I'm now banned from participating in the Russell Greer Josh Moon thread. I know it's against the rules, Sean. The next stream, Matt calling Sean and telling him to stop. I know my phone's going to pick up and he's going to be like, Sean, shut the fuck up. Thank you kindly. Sorry, Matt. The realtors reported that Kiwi farmers apparently want a piece of my flesh for even being connected to Greer. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. It's been the same story Greer's been telling his court for 5 years. It's not an imagined or perceived thing. The farmers go out of the way to harm Greer. They did the same thing to Greer's appellate counsel. They doxed Andrew Grimm. I mean, not really. He had to put his shit online. So there you go. This incident proves why Greer is so extremely careful in disclosing witness contact info. Because the farmers made it their mission to harm Greer and anybody close to him. He's protecting everyone. He's like the Punisher. You're too close to me. I have to protect you. And I'm talking about the good Punisher, the Thomas Jane Punisher. Not the other ones. Like, he's got the most believable Punisher. You know, Russell Greer walks up to his dad and he's like, I have to protect you. It's like, while Broken's playing in the background. I want you to know I love the way you have. The incident proves that Greer was saying his once proposed witnesses backed out because they didn't want the farmers to have a piece of their flesh too. So we're cannibals now, I guess. I have to include his whore Instagram photos to preserve them. Ray Stevenson was the best Punisher. I don't know about that. Okay, yes, John Travolta was not the best pick for the bad guy, but having Thomas Jane as the Punisher was like, I thought it was well done. Kiwi farms breed school shooters. As explained in his complaint, they are very scary people. So scare. Wow. We're breeding school shooters. It's like, we're not breeding enough of them, chat. We need more. More. They are very scary people. Explained in all of this in his Rule 72 objections, and the conduct of the defendants only proves his objections he wrote back in January. For plan to be forced to pay money while they continue to sabotage personal affairs doesn't sit right with him and is a clear injustice. Based on this new evidence of bad conduct, Greer sincerely asked his court to reconsider the February ruling and erase the $1,000 award, or reconsider its denial of a stay to the 10th Circuit so he can determine whether there's new evidence of proof. Or you could file your own motion for sanctions And in response, you could say their sanction, the sanction for them is I don't owe them any more money. That's how you would do that, Russell. So, again, the 10th Circuit has never ruled whether the defendant's past conduct is a justified reason for not disclosing information. Oh. So. Stop helping. It's too late. He's going to lose. He's going to lose. Actually, Matthew Harden probably wants me to help if it streamlines this a little bit. Maybe I can help save some trees here. He's not eating the bandwidth. I'm going to get thread banned. I've already been thread banned from multiple Ukraine threads. I don't care, chat. I don't care. Oh. Arbitrary sanctions. Greer is troubled by the fact the court is only sanctioning one side. He's troubled. I'm sure he's troubled. Thread banned from which ones? The pro-Ukraine ones. The Ukrainian defense of the Russian invasion or whatever it is. Judge Barlow has not addressed this, and I think I'm banned from a couple of them. I'm banned from more than one. Pretty sure. Banned from the Ukraine threads. Well, I'm not banned from the Russian special military operation in Ukraine one. That one's the better one anyway. Clearly, the defendant's attorney has played this case with 8.4 misconduct and Rule 11 violations with filings that have filled this docket with delay and engaging in frivolous investigations. It's gotten to the point where defendant's lawyers send Greer a threat of sanctions on a weekly basis for simply not liking a word in a document. Oh, really? K-Tan is saying, I thought the farm's neutral when it comes to Ukraine. Well, it's got, like, in the happenings in the Thunderdome, it took the Ukraine war thing and broke it into containment. Pro-Ukraine side, pro-Russia side. Or basically pro-Ukraine, anti-Ukraine, because there was too much fighting. So you're like, they separated them out. And I, more than once, got in trouble in the pro-Ukraine thread, so I'm no longer allowed in there to post. So, yeah. So, I'm the whole orc. Yes, the suffer holes. Oh. Tech Guy South says the Ukrainians are Nazis, but the Nazis are based. But these Ukrainians are bad, yes. Yes, that actually is a Pakistani sock account. Yes, they were separated. I wasn't trying to fight. I'm trying to educate, and they didn't like it. So none of these filings, defendants have anything to do with copyright. Nothing what you file has to do with copyright, Russell. The biggest kicker, I hate it when people think, here's the kicker. It's like fucking boomers say that shit, and I hate it. Greer has been sanctioned for this initial disclosure fiasco. It's a fiasco. Yeah, okay, Russell. You know, an oopsie poopsie, an oopsie doodle. Yet the magistrate judge denied a sanctions motion for the defendants. Publishing the initial disclosure information, Greer failed to mark attorney's eyes only. It wouldn't have been anyway. Common sense should have dictated that it was confidential. Defendant's counsel took advantage of a pro se litigant's confusion. That's why you don't do this by yourself. My job is to take advantage of you, Russell. My job is to take advantage of you like a... Oh, never mind, I'm not going to say it. Whoa, God, I fucking caught my... Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I just fucking caught myself. Wow. Wow, I'm glad I caught myself on that one. Woo! Fucking A. Wow, it's hot in here. Say it. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. Woo! No, I could say nigger and faggot. That's not what that was. Whoa, buddy, indeed. Whoa, buddy, indeed. Wow. Whew. Well, excuse me while I have a cope sip, chat. I can't do it. I almost I can't stop. That would have been really fucking awful too. It would have been mega base, but that would have been so clipped out of context forever. Oh. Oh. I'm just trying to bait clippers, yeah. I'd like to buy a letter R. Oh no, don't worry. Like I said, I'll say faggot and nigger. I wasn't worried about that. I wasn't worried about that, chat. Oh. Huh. Ooh. But thank you, Fair Frozen. Thank you. Oh God. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Oh. I'm not worried about the 2-hour mark. I'm worried about getting clipped. That'd have been really bad. It would have been really bad. Oh. So we're gonna move on, chat. We're gonna move on. So actually, you know what? We got to catch up on some things here. Hold on. Okay. SB Sellers saying earlier, so will Carmelo Anthony in Texas get indigent status? I mean, he can because that money is not his. If it got raised to his family, probably, possibly. We'll see. Good. Is Carmelo Anthony going to get rejected? I mean, maybe. We'll see. Jefferson Post says we have to fix our own names at YouTube Studio. Oh, interesting. Unhung Hero for 20 subs. Let's do this, chat. Let's fucking do this. Support tonight like a motherfucker. I appreciate it. Soul on the Lake for 100 Argentine pesos. Says Russell cannot exploit the court system to get free law classes anymore. Is he going to pay attention now that it's actually coming out of his pocket? Hopefully. Shut Up Chrissy says you need to invite Turtle Boy on. He's literally on a YouTube press tour. I don't know if he would come on here. I'm kind of small time. But I do have an interview tomorrow with Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks. He is one of the people that's been covering this. Actually lives in Canton and has been kind of dealing with the city corruption there and tried to run for select board, the city council there. He's going to be on tomorrow night, and then Tuesday night at 8:00, we're going to have Jess Machado. She was kind of like, her and Turtle Boy were like peas and carrots covering this trial, going in the courtroom and having been here for the long haul. So we actually got some people coming on. Turtle Boy, I think, would be good to do too at some point. Behold Monkey says, you can't bring horrors back to a one bedroom. Well, it's better bringing them back to a studio. Jefferson Post says Russell is a low-tier Dickensian slum villain. Yes. Have I covered Nick's TRO yet? No. Let's see here. Do you think Nick will pay the boundaries offering before or after he fulfills the 5K grift? Well, that's the other thing too. You're trusting Nick to pay. Tim Beatty saying the clerk bizarrely quashed them too. Well, the court, like, they can do it if stuff's not right. I actually don't think that's a problem there. Gooner says my Russell Greer jokes might border on defamation. Russell Greer doesn't have autism or Down syndrome. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Robin Hood says that's why we need a court trough. Well, I don't know about that. El Augusto says, well, to quote Sean, salami ukulele. Yeah, no. I'm not a fan of the ukulele Reich. And hold on, chat. I got to refresh My thing is not loaded up all the way here. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, guys, we're back. Are we? Hold on. Am I back? There we go. Yeah, sorry. I had to refresh on that one, so sorry about that. Sorry. Where is the other? I saw somebody else here. Debbie O. Yeah, that's what this shit isn't following up here. Off topic. But thank you, Governor Ron DeSantis, for getting Alligator Alcatraz ready to open on Tuesday, July 1st. Well done. I heard about that. That is kind of funny. That's a funny way to do it. It's like Louisiana. Iron Knuckles, been a member for 5 months. Thank you. Saying these notes got him this far. So, yes. No Mayonnaise says, can we have Harden on? I don't know if he'll come on. Maybe. Maybe he will. EDW Raptor says, in other news, Trump brokered peace between the Rwanda and the Congo. Another dub. Well, he's got to work on getting... that's impressive because Rwanda was sending troops into the Congo. Like, there was like a big border incursion. It was almost an invasion, really. So, there we go. Like I said, guys, I've not been... Trump hasn't done like... I've not been impressed. But if he does this shit, I'll be happy. Jane and John Doe's for 10 pounds sterling. The Kings sterling says, it was only a goof, Your Honor. Bringing up Greer's sordid past is in itself stalking. He will be calling the LVPD and having you disbarred, stalk a child. Well, I'll be waiting for it. T-Rex Trucking says, I missed the beginning of the stream. Are we going to talk about the two Supreme Court decisions and the meltdown of the left this weekend? Probably Sunday. I will say one of them, though, chat, the injunction one, that's actually going to be really tough going forward for they basically killed them for us, too. So, like, all those Second Amendment injunctions, gone. A lot of injunctions are pretty much gone. The left fucked everybody over. And I do think the Supreme Court kind of, phoned it in. They just wanted to be rid of this shit. So they said, fuck it, we're picking our reason and then making up reasons to justify it. So I don't think that was the best one done, but we'll see. From what I read, there was some stuff I was not impressed with. But overall, I understand it. So, Thaddeus Padius. It's a great taxonomy name. Gifting 10 sobs. Stephen Cooper says, Greer does enjoy horology. Yes, he does. All right, guys. Let's get back to this shit. Let's get back to this stuff. So the district court abuses discretion when it renders an arbitrary, capricious, whimsical, or manifestly unreasonable judgment. So the initial disclosure sanctions are arbitrary because only one party is being sanctioned. I love that fucking logic. When defendants violated protective order, they didn't, though. The court said you didn't. Literally, they did not. Their violation caused the users to taunt Greer with the information. That is more damaging than any harm the defendants claim. One of the once proposed witnesses has Parkinson's, and it absolutely frightens plaintiff that the deranged users will hurt his family. Are they really going to hurt him, Russell? You know this? We're gonna give your dad trauma lumps. They give me trauma lumps, Your Honor. Look what they'll do to him. That is harm suffered. Suffered. It's suffered, chat. It's suffered. He's suffering. Why are we here? Just to suffer? He's Kazuhira Miller posting. He's Kaz-maxing, chat. He's Kaz-maxing. He's Kaz-maxing. Oh. Yes, happy birthday, Maddie B. I know today actually is your birthday. But yes, happy birthday. I just know you're 18, I guess. So have fun getting stretched out there, buddy, at the truck stop. I didn't say Kaz. I didn't say Matt. I didn't say Kaz posting or Kaz-maxing. So that's a little different. So it's a different joke. I went a different angle on it. Kaz and Hira Miller maxing. Oh. So. Kazuhira Kikongo Killer Miller? Yes. One and the only. Oh. Let's see. Any comments here? Hold on, chat. All right. Yet this court is doing nothing to stop the conduct of the defense lawyer, not even a written reprimand. Well, he thinks this is like you can see how childish Russell is. He thinks it's like a job site. Like the court's going to sit Matt Harden down and be like, listen, Matt, this is a coaching statement. I need you to read it and then sign it, just acknowledging you've received it. You know, you get 2 more write-ups and then you're fired. You know, based on these arbitrary sanctions, plaintiffs request the court reverse the sanctions or issue a stay until it can be appealed to the 10th Circuit, or for the court to allow an interlocutory appeal. The method of sending money to defendants is a hardship. It's all a hardship. Oh, my God. Yes, he wants Harden on a PIP. You're 100% right. Put him on a PIP. When plaintiffs reached out to see how they wanted the money, Harden said he would accept the check. Plaintiff doesn't have personal checks. Go get a check from your bank. He would have to do a cashier's check, money being taken out of his account. Sending this amount could easily be lost in the mail, or defendants could claim they never received it, and then he would be out $774. Then do a money order. The plaintiff was open to sending an electronic transfer, but defendants do not consent to that. So, certified mail, yeah, but that doesn't mean shit doesn't disappear in the post office. You haven't lived until you see the post office. Your box, you send a package to the post office, and it comes out with what I call punch a bunch. You remember that game on The Price is Right where people would punch through stuff, and you find like a big punch hole in the side of your box, and they went through it. Like it does happen. Yeah, the post office has lost shit, but it's still it's like the best you can do. His bank would log the deposit. Either he's dumb or lying. I agree. Plaintiff is open to sending electronic transfer, but defendants do not consent to that. Well, there also might be an issue of like electronic banking number going out to Russell, and then I mean, just period. Like it's hard enough for the farms to have bank accounts. Even Matthew Harden have a bank account at times. So, further, since defendants continue to seek money through the most frivolous reasons, plaintiff never sent a check, and will fight and appeal every award granted to the defendants. That's a brilliant thing to put in your thing there. Yeah. Defendants don't get to continue to act bad, but demand handouts over mistakes from the plaintiff. I demand more time, says Russell. My left foot. Okay, so you guys said there's porn here, right? Okay, Siri found a contact. Matthew Harden, PLLC at iCloud.com. The public records request says, this is just one of the copies of things here. Okay, yeah. This is another, he's just citing what he had before. It says, Matthew, are you insane? This is why I'm pursuing charges against you for stalking. Then fucking file him, Russell. Let's go. I actually took off work to go to the police to get you to stop. Headed there right now. First off, stop contacting people connected to me. Second, I never lied. Fucking lied. I have said it was investor money I was relying on. Third, I have 2 month-long emails from Russell saying he was open to it. He withdrew because he claimed the city wouldn't vote for it. That's why I didn't propose. I had told the city clerk we were considering a different property. And then Exhibit B, and this is the one. Are you guys saying this one is here? Which one's the one with porn on it? Because I'll open this up in a PDF on my own and see if I can find it. This thing here. How did you guys know to look for that, by the way? That's what I'm surprised about. Also, chat, I have to go to the bathroom because I drink a lot of water so far. So give me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry. No, I'm not going to open it. I'm just joking. Patty says, what's up with the My Left Foot comment? So, My Left Foot is a autobiography that was written by a guy named Christy Brown. And he was an Irish author who has cerebral palsy. And he learned how to write using his left foot. And that's how he learned to communicate with his family because he was like 10 years old and they still couldn't talk to him. He couldn't communicate. And that's how he learned how to communicate there. So, and it's actually a really good movie. Daniel Day-Lewis is in it. So, if you guys are interested in that, that's something that's out there. So anyways, yeah. So that was fast. Well, that's because the bathroom's right around the corner. You guys have seen the video, like the tour. It's literally right there. So, did I wash my hands? I don't know. No. Yes, I did. So. Okay. So. And then Russell comes back. You know, we're chugging along at this point, and Russell he fires back because he's just a man. He's a man on a mission, chat. He's a man on a mission. Well, can I delete this thing? I don't know. Can I? Oh, that's cool. I can delete that. Awesome. That was kind of neat. That's kind of cool. Sweet. I just altered a court document. Also, Russell, this is opposition to the motions filed in motion 330. And this is the motion for sanctions. Remember, chat, this is again the new motion for sanctions that was filed by Hardin. And it was asking for more stuff again. And this is the stuff we got to previously, chat. It is. I think we went through this. Hold on here. Hold on. Did we do this one? Did we do it? I think we did. Why is this not working? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And this is just going back through. They want to do more sanctions. More sanctions for the false subpoena and everything else that Russell has done so far. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I do... Yes, sorry. Going through too many things at once, trying to catch up with you. Russell, you're so confusing. Got to take off. Have a good one. Thank you for being here, Useful. So, Russell goes, another week and another motion for sanctions. Plaintiff opposes this motion because it was a sincere belief that staying the discovery did not apply to 7 to 2 Don Does. Further, the motion is ironic because Hardin has been contacting people in Nevada. Is it Nevada? Nevada for reasons not connected to the case in an effort to embarrass and shame the plaintiff. Plaintiff believed the order didn't apply. On May 6th, plaintiff wrote down what Judge Bennett had said. Discovery was stayed, but it didn't apply to the serving the John Does. That's not what I heard, Russell. I fucking remember writing it down. You know, you were too busy. You were whore-brained. You were coon-brained, Russell. You were worried about trying to catch those whores in your little whorehouse. And it's even reflected in this Exhibit A. They sought a stay of discovery pending service of First Amendment complaint on 2 new defendants. Either all parties misunderstood the ramifications of the stay. No, I don't see her. Why? Are you looking for her? Is it about the storm? Yeah. Oh, okay. Make sure you give Clyde weed treats, baby. Okay. I'm looking for the kitty, and it's about to rain. Ooh, chat. We're going to have a thunderstorm. Ooh. I always like it when it rains. It's always kind of like a good feeling. Worked outside in the rain, and now when it's like pissing down rain, I'm like, I'm glad I'm not working outside. It's a nice feeling. So, if the judge issued your order, if only the judge issued it the next day in written form. Yeah. Well, I mean, seriously though, it's yes, every Greer filing's about horrors. Yes. Yes, he's mimicking Hardin's. Here we go again. I know, but it's not good. Either all parties misunderstood the ramifications or the defendants deceived this court with their motion. But clearly, the 2 John Does are exact that. John Does! The men with no name! The men with no names. It's like the men with no face. It's like Dick Tracy. They're blank face. They are Kiwi Farms users going by the name of Russ Hard and Mosif Jartelli. Finding their information is the only way to serve them. That is why the plaintiff tried serving a subpoena, so they can serve the John Does, which he can only do by finding their information on Kiwi Farms. Relevant information to find and serve them with are registration emails and stored IP addresses that will pinpoint their locations, unless they're using VPNs, which I fucking hope they are. And he's like, I'm serving a guy in fucking like Estonia. Oh. The defendants are employing some seriously mind-numbing mental tactics to try seeing that the plaintiff is violating any discovery by trying to serve the John Does, which was the purpose of the stay in the first place, so the Does could be served. No, the purpose of the stay is to deal with the motion to dismiss, because this motion to dismiss might take care of everything. Sanctions should be denied based off the fact the plaintiff is only trying to find the Does, and the order didn't encompass that. As a side comment, as shown in the past several motions, defendants have been sending harassing emails to people and places the plaintiff was trying to form connections with. I'm sure those people are happy to not make connections with you, Russell, which has damaged his business and personal relationships. Oh, I'm sure it's only that, not the fact you're repugnant and fucking awful as a human being. Defendants said in one opposition response they weren't conducting discovery. If true, and if those emails were not for discovery, then clearly the defendants are engaging in criminal stalking, which plaintiff is still waiting on the Rule 26 protective order. Well, I thought you were going to go after people, Russell. Where you at, buddy? Oh, jeez, it's still nasty out. Fuck. So, still nasty out there, chat. The defendants are the ones lying, as they wanted to stay in discovery, so plaintiff could serve the John Does. Clearly, this doesn't happen unless the Doe's information is gathered. It's a catch-22 the defendants have created. No, Russell, you created this. It's your own hardship. Signed, Russell Greer. And then we got Exhibit A. I don't know why you would do this, because this is an admission you violated the rules, Russell. So good job. Good job. Oh, but yes, Russell, I can't wait till you learn that submitting public records requests are not stalking. So Matthew Harden says, oh my God, this has been so fucking ruined. We have to get involved now, and I need more time to file. I was wondering when this is going to pop up in the thing here. So they need more. They filed their first motion for an extension of time to further support their motion to dismiss. There were a handful of matters that should be addressed, and the interest of the judicial economy filed applying their reply. Specifically, they point out their motion is that their position is the motion for sanctions may result in dismissal and make the reply briefing moot. Additionally, if Greer failed or refused to provide the documents, this case could be dismissed as a sanction. Further, as a failure on the part of Greer to pay the awards, that could also be a sanction. If the court dismisses on any of the above grounds, the reply will also become moot. But regardless, there should be some alternative sanctions on Greer. The path the court takes will undoubtedly impact the content of the reply and when arguments are available. And the defendant's predictions have already come true on at least 2 points. Greer stated that the plaintiff never sent a check and will respectfully fight and appeal every award granted to defendants. The district judge already warned that sanctions may result if Greer continues to willfully refuse to pay awarded sanctions. This case should be dismissed because Russell refuses to comply. Greer continues not to provide the documents he was ordered to provide in discovery. Greer, for the second time, requested the court reconsider and indicated he had not yet complied with the defendants. And the position is this case should be dismissed due to Greer's continued noncompliance. And they say all these reasons initially sought an extension of time to file. These still exist with equal or greater force today when it was requested on May 13th. They need more time. And it's in the interest of the judicial economy for one or more sanctions. And therefore, they need even more time. Russell keeps fucking this up. So every time he fucks things up, Harden needs more time to allow the court to unfuck it or handle Russell, and then he can respond. I agree. The case should be already dismissed already because he can't handle anything. Yep, I agree. Allegan News says, did you not catch that the $1,000 a month rent plus the $500 car a month is $18,000 a year? Yeah. And that's going to be after taxes. So yeah, Russell is probably making good money. Or he's lying about how much he's doing because he doesn't want to be embarrass everyone with that. So it's kind of interesting what he's going to do. Ooh, I had like a little line on my screen. That was weird. So anyways, that is Harden. Moving on here. And then Matthew Harden's like, okay, Judge, we got to do a status report. Oh, we got a status report, Judge. I have to report on my status. Status hardship. And they filed a status report to update the court on the current status of the case. So Greer has not provided the documents he was ordered to provide. Instead, he has filed repeated motions for relief. The defendants have not opposed the request as they opposed previous ones and have pointed out that Greer's narrative as to whether he possesses the documents is relevant, whether the material is relevant is considerably shifted. Second, he has not filed or complied with the court's orders requiring him to pay the sanctions. Instead, he will fight, and he has filed an endless series of motions for reconsideration. And the defendants proffer here that their opposition to Greer's latest motion will also challenge Greer's factual assertions, which again are not based in reality. And they say that narrative by Greer is fabricated. The defendants have never indicated they will not accept payment. They say Greer seems to take the position he will not pay sanctions out of his own sense of animus towards the defendants. And the plaintiff stated, since the defendants continue to seek monies through the most frivolous reasons, plaintiff never sent a check and will fight and appeal every award granted. So they say this case should be dismissed due to the repeated and willful noncompliance. It should, but we know it's not going to, sadly. We know that's not going to. Yes, the strenuous motion for reconsideration, yes. Well, I object. Oh, you strenuously objected. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yes, you strenuously object. To be fair, though, people laugh at that, but like you do that in court. You're like, Your Honor, look, I really need you to do this. You're like, please do this. Come on. You're killing me. You're killing me. It happens. Oh. So, this is another motion for sanctions arising. Oh, this is it, chat. This is it. It's being filed. Remember, they gave Russell time. And Matt Harden said, June 10th. Juneteenth, Russell. I'm filing it. And look what Matthew Harden did like clockwork. He kept his promise, chat. June 10th. Yes, he lives on Rainbow Drive. He's not afraid to say it. He's proud. So they submit this after they gave it to him and gave him time to fix things. So the court notified the parties on March 13th to withhold the hearings. Among that hearings was set on May 6th. The topics were the motion for sanctions, which the defense asserted that Greer made multiple false statements to this court. It has now been proven that Greer took extreme measures to avoid the hearing, including but not limited to fabricating emergency business meetings, of which he became aware of on May 1st. And because Greer followed a sanctionable false motion to avoid a hearing, this court should once again sanction him. This time, the proper sanction is termination. It is terminated. Really, they want the judge to go, I'm the law, and terminate the case. So on April 14th, Greer wrote to the city of Winnemucca and specifically requested he could attend to speak. And then we go through all this. We've been there before. Plaintiff submitted a form signed on behalf of Intimate Dealings, which is the stated with the LLC he has. And they wanted to amend the city code to allow new brothels or force the existing owners of brothels' own property to sell their parcels to him. Yes, he really did say this, chat. You guys weren't the last time. He was trying to force people to sell him land to make a whorehouse. So the proposal to Winnemucca sheds light on his broader theories of the law and will ultimately be relevant for purposes of this court or some other court in determining whether Greer is a vexatious litigant. Specifically, Greer indicated that it was a public nuisance that a property owner was not operating a brothel. Greer therefore sought Winnemucca to expropriate private property and transfer it to him so he could abate the nuisance that is a parcel without a brothel on it by building a brothel. A whorehouse! Illustrative of Greer's pattern of filing legal documents prior to doing research, rather than conducting an investigation, Greer told the city council he had discovered the city could not condemn property as a nuisance and transfer it to him for a purpose of fulfilling his dreams of building the best brothels in Nevada. It turned out that the Nevada Constitution stood in the way of the dreams to build a brothel on land seized from others. So Greer amended his proposal, asking the city to rezone a hotel for purposes of operating a brothel. And I love that. I love this. These are great footnotes, chat. Yeah, Katie, you're asking, what was Russell trying to do? Basically, he was trying to have people's property confiscated through eminent domain because they were in the brothel area and they didn't put brothels on their land. Somebody was holding the land and refusing to build a brothel. So Russell says, I want you to take that land and give it to me because I'll put a whorehouse on it. And Russell's going to sit there. It's a brothel. It's a whorehouse, Russell. So, yes. No, the first one, 2 scoops, that was option 2. Option number 1 was there was the brothel district that wasn't being built on because one of the brothels had burned down or whatever. And he wanted that land. So they wanted the city to eminent domain it and give it to him. So, yes, the second option was to expand the brothel district to cover the hotel, which is within the 300 feet of the church. So that's where brothel maxing. So anyways, on April 24th, Greer submitted the agenda request, but Greer reiterated he was asking to speak at the May 6th meeting. In his new request, Greer reiterated the meeting date was May 6th, so he knew multiple times that way. On May 1st, he told his court he had an emergency, which only arose in that same morning. And he was informed that he had to be in rural Nevada on 5/6/25, very oddly taking place at the same time as the court hearing. That statement was false. Greer had twice requested to appear on May 6th at the exact same time as the court's hearing relating to the sanctions. So Greer's first and second requests both sought to speak in Winnemucca on May 6th, and both requested May 20th only as a backup date. And yes, although Greer said there was an emergency, Greer never told the city that there was a similar emergency that barred his attendance at their meeting. That's true. He didn't try to work it out. He stated he preferred May 20th while not correcting, or even reattaching his signed form indicating he requested May 6th. The only emergency appears that Mr. Greer wished to avoid having sanctions imposed by the court. He tried moving it to New Orleans. Yes. I'm surprised Russell hasn't gone to federal court and tried to get an injunction. That would be fucking hilarious. As Russell shows up for that. Oh my God, Chad. I feel like I'm giving him bad ideas now. Feel like I'm giving him bad ideas here. So, So anyways, in the oppositions to the request, they point out that Greer has a history of claiming to travel in northern Nevada for brothel-related purposes, which are not emergencies. And you call them bordellos, Matt. That actually sounds fancier, a bordello. Ultimately denied Greer's request for an emergency continuance, but the defendants at that time had no idea just how prescient their opposition was or just how grave Greer's misrepresentations were. So at 12:07 Pacific time, the Winnemucca City Council was accommodating Greer. They offered to hear his prostitution-related requests without him, so he could attend other matters, presumably his court hearing, which had begun at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. But Greer soldiered on. Yes, so bravely, after the chat for Russell. Gave a fulsome presentation anyway. He did so at the expense of proceedings in his court, which were ongoing since 1 p.m. The audio of the hearing appears to show Greer's phone emitted at least one chime around the 13-minute mark, and may have emitted vibrations at other key junctures of the proceedings. There's also a long pause in the audio tape in which the court had to repeat itself to get Greer's attention while it was inquiring about the ability to support himself. Additionally, the transcript bears out that Greer was having inaudible conversations with third parties throughout the proceedings. They say they discovered, they first uncovered evidence on May 6th, and then on May 12th found even more, and Greer took immediate steps to cover his tracks. Just 2 days later, Greer wrote to Winnemucca to tell them that Matthew Hardin is an attorney, but a very unethical one at that. He went on to demand that they refuse to release their records relating to Greer's city council appearance, absent a court order. Naturally, Winnemucca declined, but Greer's purpose was clear. He wanted to hide the evidence. And true. Was Greer calling me for help? Yes. And David says, do whorehouses have matinee prices if you go there during off hours? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. El Gusto says the Maison Derriere. Oh, that would be hilarious. They say Greer frequently attempts to frustrate undersigned counsel's investigative efforts. Most memorable, Greer told his own two witnesses to seek to quash depositions and not to cooperate with the undersigned counsel. They say, indeed, although Greer's representations continue to occasionally insist there was still some sort of business meeting in Winnemucca, Greer confessed to the city of Winnemucca that it was not an undefined business meeting that conflicted with his ability to appear in court. Instead, Greer explained that his court's hearing conflicted only with the city council meeting. I was given short notice of he wouldn't postpone. At the first time Greer came clean to this court was in the instant motion being drafted. In number 299, Greer ironically stated for the first time in a motion that the defense was right from the beginning. Greer did indeed schedule city council meeting on the same day as court hearing. But what Greer belatedly characterized only after being caught in his web of lies as a goof cannot simultaneously have been an emergency. Yes, and that's true. A goof and a fiasco are not emergencies. Greer has lied to the court, and it's not the first time. The appropriate remedy is dismissal. So they talk about what are the sanctions meant to do: deter future litigation abuse, punish present abuse, compensate victims of abuse, and streamline court dockets and facilitate management. So to impose Rule 11 sanctions, you first have to find the motion or whatever violates Rule 11. And that's true. Because if it doesn't, you can't do anything else. To avoid sanctions, the conduct must be reasonable objectively. It applies whether the person against a sanction sought as an attorney or they're pro se. Contentions are frivolous and actionable when the party advancing them has not made inquiry into the governing law or the relevant facts. Which, you know who did it? You know who did a Rule 11 thing there? Mark Randazza and Nick with that slap motion. They withdrew that fucker like greased lightning. The standard is objective, not subjective based on the beliefs of a particular litigant. Even a good faith belief is not sufficient. And they say Greer did not have an emergency. He didn't even have a business emergency. Instead, Greer selected on two separate occasions after this court hearing date to request the city council set aside time to discuss his dreams of establishing a brothel in northern Nevada. Yes. Greer would rather talk about whores than protect his copyright. Only after Greer was caught in lies and all through this did the plaintiff finally confess to a goof. That is not good enough. Although these four factors are appropriate, they are not a rigid test. And the correct sanction is a fact-specific inquiry the district court is in the best position to make. And what do you do? The actual degree of prejudice to the defendant or the hurt party, the amount of interference with the judicial process, quite a bit. The culpability of the litigant, pretty fucking bad. He knew he did it. And whether the court warned the party in advance that dismissal would be a likely sanction. Okay, that might be the issue there specifically. And then 5, the efficacy of lesser sanctions. Well, he keeps on fucking around. So, but I think this is kind of like, this might be the issue here for them. So, that might be the issue, chat. I'm the only YouTube lawyer you respect, and not because you're drunk. Well, there you go. And actually, hold on one second. All right, we're back. I see here the defendant confesses there does not appear to be much prejudice from the continuance standing alone. After all, the court denied the emergency motion on its merits. But that's not the full context. Instead, defendants have pointed out that Greer refuses to abide by the rules that govern ordinary litigants. Wait, hold on. You like Gouveia, but his hair's... I wish I could do hair like Robert Gouveia. I mean, I could style a lot and all that. But, like, the Reaper's coming for me, too. He's starting to come for my ass. Robert Gouveia is pretty strong in the meantime. So... But the Reaper's coming for me a little bit already. And they say, without even doing the most cursory or factual litigation, Russell Greer pops off at the mouth or the pen. And there's a... Danku. Thank you.
You want Clyde?
What's that?
You want Clyde?
I can take a... actually, you know what? I'll get him in a minute. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, you're here. Why not? Just yeeted Clyde at me. She's like trying to pick him up, and she picks him up, and he kind of like swoop right over his shoulder, like towards me. And he landed fine, but she just like yeeted the dog. Can you give everybody a woo? Can you do a woo, Bubba? Just a woo. He what? Oh, yeah, I guess the storm is coming, chat. So, Robo Clyde. Well, no, even better than that, guys. Clyde Coin, remember, Clyde Coin is going to the moon. And just look at it. He's such a good little pupper dog in the space. And he's got his Clyde Coin there for you. He is going to the moon. Such a good boy. Do you want to go? Oh, my God. He wants to go back. I'm gonna let you go back, Clyde. Yeah, he's trotting right off to go see 2.0. He's like, there's thunder, fat man. He's like, I can't be here. I'm too scared. So, also, since it's Friday night, there we go. There you go, chat. So good when it hits your lips. So good. Clyde Coin's going to space, and Karen reads Lexus. Yes. And guys, when you saw the Clyde stomping the Grays and the Clyde in space, that was all from Maddie. So tell Maddie thank you very much. And tell him happy birthday, because it's still his birthday. That's not thunder. It's the Haitians banging their dinner pans. Not for long. They're all going back. God willing. So. What? Oh, it's his half birthday? Oh, well, shit. Then it doesn't count. Okay, fine. It's his half birthday. Oh, because it's around Christmas. Yeah, that would suck. So they say this is what again happened here as part of a pattern of Greer's part and in specific effort to prevent the defendants from having their day in court on the earlier sanctions motion, among other things to be heard on May 6th. So it was Russell preventing it from happening. The prejudice of the defendants is thus best analyzed globally. Rather than with respect to one individual motion for continuance, the defendants have learned, as this court has also seen, Greer cannot be taken at his word on anything, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Isn't it Russell Greer even his name? Greer cannot even be given the benefit of the doubt when he tells the court and counsel he's facing an emergency, which is ordinarily the cause for considerable grace. And that's true, guys. Real emergencies, courts will accommodate you. Like, real shit happening, courts will accommodate that. Like, absent a trial date, even a trial, not like a criminal trial, but like absent something like real shit happening, real life happens, courts are pretty chill about wanting to deal with it. Remember I had a hearing where the guy called up, like we were set for Monday morning. I was like Monday morning, and we were like a couple of different attorneys were on the case. And one of the attorneys like, my kid got hit by a car and broke his leg. And he's going to be he's at the ER now. They're going to have surgery on him today, and they got to do surgery tomorrow. And the court's like, okay, cool. And we're like, yeah, sure. Continue it. Cool. Court's like, yep. Don't. In the court, even before we could all say we consent, the court had already continued it on its own, sua sponte, saying basically, I don't fucking care. You're taking care of that. So, Robin says, hope the kid's okay. I think so. I don't know. I mean, it was like 6 months ago, and actually, was it? No, it's about this time last year. And yeah, from what I understand, the kid recovered fully. So they're kids. They're pretty resilient. So show the x-ray, court, man. Well, no, they didn't make him do that. This guy is very trustworthy, very credible attorney. And I think people even saw his kid in town, within a couple of days, fully casted up and everything. I think there were even some the kid, somebody saw the kid fucked up. So it even worked out. So he left out the fact he's the one who did it. They say similarly, the latest emergency motion may not have seemed to cause much interference in the process if it's analyzed in the vacuum. This is, after all, the court denied the motion on its merits, but again, the process did not begin and end on May 6th. Russell Greer has shown he can't be trusted with any of his representations, and he has shown that he values this court's time less than he values his own and those with whom he seeks to conduct prostitution-related business deals. There we go! Using the real words now, prostitution. Because Greer will do anything he can to evade a court hearing, but will not seek to avoid any other engagement. The culpability in this is extreme. Not only did he make a material statement of fact to avoid a hearing he was facing, that he had made other allegations, but Greer also took great pains to hide his lies. First, he told the city of Winnemucca not to release documents. Then when that failed, Greer told his court he hadn't lied at all, stating there really was a business meeting, not a city council meeting. And lastly, Greer changed his narrative entirely after he got caught, characterizing the whole thing as just a goof. Yes, and that's a problem. Russell's too stupid to keep his lies in line. Can we analyze Greer in a vacuum? It'd be funny to put him inside a vacuum. Greer cannot possibly learn his lesson if he's permitted to continue to litigate. And the plaintiff will certainly continue in the pattern he has demonstrated. True. And Greer will continue to edit its story with each passing filing. Enough is enough. The case must be dismissed. Very true. The court has warned Greer this case might be dismissed for failure to prosecute. When this case was in the infancy and Greer first began his pattern of noncompliance with court orders. And this court warned Greer at the hearing on May 6th that representations made to the court must be reasonably investigated. It is a great irony that Greer attempted to use his own fraudulent misstatements to continue the hearing and to avoid that warning. But Greer cannot profit from his own continuing malfeasance. Russell, and I'll give you a hint. Malfeasance, mal means bad, chat. Mal means bad. Lastly, Greer has shown he doesn't care about lesser sanctions in this litigation, and therefore lesser sanctions won't work. When defendants were first to incur over $5,000 in cost, this court later reduced it to $1,000. This, despite the sanctions were expressly intended to make the defendants whole because of Greer's misconduct. But Greer has not paid that amount or any other amount, even after his motion to stay and a bond was denied. Not even the $774. Ostensibly, one of the court's grounds for reducing the sanctions was Greer proceeding IFP, which he isn't anymore. But in Greer's informal paupera status itself was revoked because Greer confessed in open court that he had no difficulty paying fees. Indeed, Greer has recently bragged he has decided not to pay the award because Greer is mad the defendants have continued to defend this case rather than capitulate to the plaintiff's narrative. In short, the sanctioned behavior has continued and even escalated, with making it clear he will fabricate emergencies to avoid being called out on other fabrications. There's no sanction short of dismissal, and they request dismissal as the minimum adequate form of relief. Signed by Matthew Hardin. Just coming right out. Coming right out. And then we do have the emails here. So back in March, Russell said, "Dear Matthew." I love it. He's like, "Dear Matthew." If you never started off with that way, you do Attorney Hardin or, yeah. If you recall, on January 10th, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals granted me printing cost. While the erroneous venue transfer is being resolved, I have no problem appealing this all over again to the 10th Circuit. I do politely ask that Mr. Moon pay me the monies that I'm owed. A check can be made out to Andrew Grimm of the Digital Justice Foundation for the full amount owed. I also once again ask that we settle this case to avoid further appeals. My request is simple. I just want Kiwi Farms to leave me alone. And then he says, and Matthew responds on May 16th. And he says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Greer. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening. I'm writing again to ask because we have not heard with due respect to your non-payment of the sanctions awarded against you. As you know, Judge ordered you to pay us by March 13th. Your motion to stay was denied, but we have not been made whole. You have been openly told by the court you can afford to pay the money. So I'm a bit puzzled what good faith basis it might be. When should I expect to receive your check? Thanks, Matthew Hardin." And then Russell Greer says on May 16th, "Hi, sir. Because I believe you are not entitled to it. I goofed up with the initial disclosure. This is my first time ever getting this far in a lawsuit. I called it. Chat. I don't believe I should be." Well, a lot of you did too, but it's nice to know we're true. "I don't believe I should be sanctioned for a mistake or because my witness did a 180 on me. I was at one time going to pay it, but then you keep filing frivolous notices that have nothing to do with this case. So I decided I would just fight this and appeal this. I need to file another state out of the 10th Circuit, look at whether this is just justifiable. I know you'll publish this as a notice. I would ask you to stop publishing things that don't need to be published. Also, why you're messaging me on 3 different emails? There's a Gmail, an iCloud, and now a Proton. Thanks." Yes, his witness died on him. Have some sympathy. Yes, that witness did a 180 into the grave. I agree. I mean, that's a pretty big 180, though. I'm available and now I'm not. Like, that's the most unavailable you can ever be. Then this was also provided in the case. It says, "Good morning, Mr. Greer. See our second motion for sanctions. I will file on June 10th, pursuant to Rule 11. Remember, you have 21 days, chat. 21 days. And I know you guys talk about Robert Gouveia, but check out that fucking penmanship. Robert Gouveia can't do that. Please let me know if you wish to withdraw anything before that time. Best, Matthew Hardin." I still think you should say regards. But at this point, you need to write to Russell, "Govern yourself accordingly." He did a 360 and moonwalked into heaven. Oh, yeah. Do a seance. No, that guy's, no, to do that guy's subpoena, it's got to be on a fucking Ouija board. Varlo says, "Gouveia does more videos than you." I know he does, but I got better penmanship. I like Rob. Rob does great stuff. I listen to him quite a bit. Oh, and then from here, chat, like I said, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 4 motions left. We're almost done here, chat. We're gonna be done before midnight, I think. What did Hardin file in response to all this? Another thing, Russell's bane, the supplemental notice, a supplement to the motion for sanctions. And what does Hardin want to do? And I think it's important because at some point you can't amend it. What you send out to the opposing counsel has to stay the way it is. But they need to reflect the full and current state of affairs, despite the motion that was filed 3 weeks after it was served. So the defendants obtained at great expense a transcript of the interaction between Greer and the Winnemucca City Council. Defendants provided that transcript to Greer by email. In their email, defendants explained the numerosity of Greer's misstatements and the degree to which Greer's statements there was an emergency were incorrect. Among other things, the transcript reveals Greer's presence was not necessary, even desirable. The mayor tried to head it off, and that's true. They didn't want him there. They tried to get rid of him. They tried to get rid of him. They tried to get rid of him. Oh. And the ostensible purpose for Greer's appearance in Winnemucca was to rezone property, but the owner of that property spoke in comments about how he's taken aback to see the city council discussing property without his knowledge or consent. And after being served with sanctions and becoming aware that he was caught in a series of lies, Greer filed numerous documents with the court in which he attempted to retcon. Wow, I didn't think I'd ever see that in a freaking filing. There we go. We're getting popular culture here, chat, in the filing. His narrative from the days leading up to the hearing. And to make it out if he'd been telling the truth all along. And in number 314, Greer admitted for the first time he had accidentally scheduled a city meeting in Winnemucca. Greer confessed to this accident in another emergency motion. Later on, Greer admitted he goofed up by scheduling. But Greer somehow calls his goof up an emergency and also indicates that he asked the city to reschedule the meeting he himself had requested. Yet even here, Greer prevaricates. Greer never indicated to the city council he had an emergency court appearance in Utah. And the city of Winnemucca did not deny the opportunity to reschedule. Instead, the city said May 6th works best. And that's true. He never asked. Greer's belated concessions that his motion was based on a false premise. And what happened is Greer goofed up. His own scheduling are intermingled with the docket with Mr. Greer's outrage. The defendants would dare investigate, which Greer calls frivolous. It thus cannot be said that Greer is contrite for his misrepresentations, or he's withdrawn the false statements in 276. They say Greer has doubled down and cast defendants as the problem simply because they have caught him in a series of knowing misrepresentations to the court. Therefore, they submit the sanctions remain fully appropriate and request the court take notice of the actions here. And chat, this is the Winnemucca City Council meeting. We're not going to go through this. It's just Russell Greer talking about the whole thing and all this stuff. We talked about this before. Russell talks about wanting to do this. And then finally the guy's like, the guy who owns the hotel Russell's trying to fuck with. He's like, I'm new to the town, but I've dealt with a lot of government officials. He says, I find it strange that my property can get on a city council meeting without being notified or asked for consent. I'm wondering how that happened. And they point out, we don't have to have your permission or consent. And he's like, so anybody could come in and do it? And they're like, yeah. So it's funny. It's a hilarious transcript. And like I said, Russell probably should get a beat for that. Did I cover the Supreme Court cases? No. But there's been some suffering. Yes, the injunctions are BTFO'd and the LGBT got BTFO'd during Pride Month, which is the best. And this is I love this. Oh, this is great. This is great. This is an entire thing from Matthew Hardin to Russell Greer from May 29th. And he says, I write to share your appearance. And he says, I would have made an attachment to the motions on May 19th, but it was not ready till today. And getting a transcript is not always the easiest. But unfortunately, it's not ready today, but it will be filed with the court shortly. And he says, there's first things we want to show that this wasn't an emergency. They said, I don't think bringing this issue in front of the public and the city council is probably a good thing. The mayor said he tried to call you to convince you not to come to Winnemucca, but you apparently would not talk to him by phone. Specifically, the mayor said, I did try to call him once. Never had any success in explaining. I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. I tried to head it off. And then the Scotch Shady Motel guy said, I never got confirmed. He says, I sent Russell Greer an email and said I thought it was a dead issue back in March. So, but they point out that, he had never talked to the guy who owned the hotel he was trying to purchase and rezone. And they indicated you may have misled the city council into believing you had an ownership possibility or that you were less than clear. You were told not to bother coming. The hotel owner you tried to buy echoed that sentiment, saying there was no point in going to Winnemucca. And so did the town clerk in an email offering you to consider your request in your absence. But you went anyway because you wanted those whores. You needed that whore pussy. While telling the court in Utah it was an emergency, you refused to even stay till the end of the meeting to hear the discussion of the issue you brought up. You walked away without even meeting the guy whose hotel you tried to rezone. Which is fucking hilarious. Yes. There's an appetite for destruction. Oh, yeah. The video is better than the transcript. Yes, guys, we watched the video last time. Oh, my God, it is so funny. It's so awkward. It is so awkward, these people. I mean, imagine that. You have a simple little town, and this guy's coming around trying to do this shit. Like I said, Russell's lucky. A lot of places, they might have beat the fuck out of him in the parking lot. Imagine Russell trying to catch hands in a parking lot. That would have been rough. Or Russell, as they call it in certain parts of the country now, catching a fade. Man, somebody trying to fucking make you catch a fade in a parking lot, dude. Ooh, buddy. You'd be drooling for days. So Russell did give a response to the status report, chat. And yes, it's probably about what you think it's going to be. This isn't true. I haven't even read it yet. I know he's going to say that. This isn't true. It's not true. It's not true, probably. Let's see what he says. So, the plaintiff has addressed each point in prior motions, but he will reiterate. Are you really going to reiterate for us, Russell? He's going to break it down for us, chat. He's going to break it down. Going to break it down for us. Also, you guys should be able to read what I'm highlighting here. For the very irrelevant restraining order application, it was quoted to be 67 to retrieve and 20 already spent sending a document to even start the conversation. Judge Bennett was aware of the cost. Reasonably, the cost shift should go to the defendants. As already stated, they never gave Greer an electronic payment option. Greer has looked at it as only a check they wanted. Greer asked about this and said he preferred a check. Defense never once ever offered electronic payments, and Greer understood by a meet and confer that Hardin reiterated only a check. Aside from never giving him a way to pay, Greer would only feel comfortable with electronic payments if he knew for sure Kiwi farmers would not have access to his banking details. They wouldn't have access to your banking details on a bank check. On a cashier's check, it's the bank's information. So importantly, after the motion to stay, Hardin committed at least Rule 8.4 misconduct, criminal acts of stalking, and at the most, by contacting people connected to Greer and told them misinformation. Oh, they did. Falsely proclaiming Greer has somehow committed fraud, and falsely proclaiming Greer has restraining orders. That resulted in reputational and business damage. Well, you should sue for that. That's a defamation. As a result, Greer decided not to mail a check by the June 9th deadline, as he doesn't feel it's ethical or within the bounds of justice to continue to engage in the conduct on one hand, but demand the money on the other. You're doing it on your own. Yeah, it's not going to work, Russell. They already told you. They already told you how to do it. You got to take care of it. You got to do it, Russell. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. All right, we finally get another. This is like the worst game of fucking tennis ever from Matthew Harden and Russell Greer. Like, they just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm surprised the court has said no more filings. This docket has turned into a fucking dumpster fire. Yes, women have taken out restraining orders on him. Every breath he takes is theft. Yes, it is. Yes. So what did Harden say here? Well, we oppose, and, they further support their motion and the order to show cause here. They say in Greer's opposition to the status, plaintiff continues to state the history of the case and demonstrate why sanctions are necessary. To remedy Greer's chronic inability to accurately state factual matters or to conduct even the most cursory research. Greer states on May 6th, plaintiff wrote down that Judge Bennett said discovery stayed, but it didn't apply to serving the John Does. Well, that's not correct. Judge Bennett never said anything vaguely resembling that. And Greer appears to confess he did not review the transcript or the written order. The plaintiff no doubt prefers to litigate the case on the basis of what he might wish Judge had said, or what Mr. Bennett said in Greer's imagination, rather than the basis of what Judge Bennett actually said or actually wrote, but that will not do. Mr. Greer repeats also what has become a standard line. It was his sincere belief that discovery is not stayed, at least vis-a-vis the John Does. That sincere belief was objectively unreasonable, and there is no sincerity exception to Rule 11 or Rule 26. And whether Greer sincerely believed the discovery is stayed or not is irrelevant. Greer has no objectively reasonable good faith basis for the belief. You cannot, and you will get sanctioned when you have a pure heart but an empty head, and that's true for Russell. I'm just a Todd. Okay, well, you're going to get punished. And they respectfully submit that Greer's sincere belief that he was permitted to engage in discovery was unreasonable. And he can't substitute the record of litigation in his own mind for the record as it is memorialized. As such, the sanctions should be appropriate. And now, chat, we get to an order. I haven't seen this yet, so see where we go. We'll see where we go here. I have not seen this yet. Like I told you guys, I am learning tonight as we go. It's like a story for me. It's like a unwrapping something. It's like a present. We're getting through layers. He doesn't have a pure heart either. I agree. David says, finally, nothing ever happens. I know, but let's see. Gotta have faith. Okay, so this case will refer to the magistrate judge. It's regarding the second motion for an extension time to file in support of the motion to dismiss. Therein, defendant addresses the court, addressed a handful of matters before requiring the defendants to file a reply in support of their motion to dismiss, including defendant's motion for sanctions, pro se Russell Greer's failure to provide documents he was ordered to provide discovery, and Greer's failure to provide fees. And notice they talk about, like, look how many fucking filings there are now. We're on ECF 340. Holy shit. The court needs to slow this down. The court hereby denies. Oh no, chat, we got recated. No! No! It's another L for the farms. The court will evaluate any grounds as action for dismissal under Fed Rule 11, Fed Rule 37, or Fed Rule 41 at the time the court evaluates any grounds for dismissal under Fed Rule 12. Accordingly, defendants have to file a reply in support on or before June 30th. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Is Boogie still with his child bride? I don't know. Probably. Oh. Goddamn. A goddamn, chat. All right. So let's see here. We got another thing. We got a memorandum, an order denying the motion for stays. Here we go. Here we go, chat. a little bit of vindication here, I think. A little bit of vindication. Oh. Before the court is Russell's motion for reconsideration for a stay of paying sanctions. For the reasons below, it's denied. Suffer, Russell. Suffer. Let's see what happens here. So they say Greer filed the instant motion for reconsideration challenging to allow the court to reconsider a prior order based on newly discovered evidence or other reasons that justify relief. Yet new evidence, even if relevant, has no bearing on the court's reasoning in its May 21st order, which denied the motion to stay awarding sanctions because it's not a judgment. Nowhere in Greer's motion does he attempt to dispute the basis of the court's order. Although not indicated, Greer also appears to request the court reconsider the initial order awarding sanctions. Greer argues that new evidence and actions of the defendants have occurred that proves what he's been saying. The plaintiff may have appeared as being willful when in actuality he was being careful. He talks about the May 12th, going through all of that here, and they say, additionally, Greer, they say, even if all these claims are true about what happened up in Winnemucca, all of this shit here, here's the thing, even if true, they have no bearing on the court's sanction award. Greer's disclosures were severely deficient, and despite repeated attempts to have him amend or supply, the court's order stated that on December 3rd, Greer provided new initial disclosures, which did not contain the requested information. As to witnesses, Greer stated there are witnesses who have witnessed the intentional copyright infringement, but refused to publicly disclose their names. Absent a stipulation, they would not be published. As to evidence, Greer stated there are not any documents in plaintiff's possession that would need to be provided, aside from just the many harassing messages and examples of copyright infringement done by the nefarious individuals on the farms. In apparent contrast to this, Greer emailed on December 29th stating, if they wanted him to disclose a list of relevant documents in his possession, I could provide a list, but there's a lot. Greer also argued he had potential witness who could justify regarding the alleged harm and damages, despite refusing to disclose them. The allegations of new evidence regarding the conduct in counsel has months later has no relevance on the failing to disclose a single witness name or document, despite indicating their existence. And they said, like in the incident motion, Greer also argued the identity of defendants and their conduct in publishing unredacted information was relevant, but as the court explained, the identity of a party does not affect the Rule 26 obligations. Greer did not indicate the published information should have been designated confidential or eyes only. And Greer raises two other arguments. He states the court is acting arbitrarily in sanctioning plaintiff. And they say they identify the order for sanctions based on the initial disclosure. And they say the time for objecting this order is long past. Nor is there any indication that Judge Bennett's order was arbitrary. Finally, disagreement with one court order provides no grounds for failing to comply with another court order, and that's true. Tom Green got penis cancer. Yeah. You guys are awful. You want proof of pants? Well, when you wake up in the morning, I'm cooking breakfast at your mom's house. You'll find out if I'm wearing pants. I'll wear the apron backwards for you just to help you out. Second, Greer argues the defendant's preferred method of receiving money by check is a hardship because sending this amount can be lost by mail or defendants could claim they never received it. Greer states he was open to sending an ETF, but the defendants don't consent to that. In the status report, defendants stated they never indicated they will not accept electronic payment. Greer responded by stating defendants never offered up electronic payments. An attached email does not show defendants' position on the issue. Greer further states he would only feel comfortable with electronic payments if he knew for sure that the Kiwi farmers, that's correct. I don't know why you'd have to do that, will not have access to his banking details. Greer may pay the sanctions award via check, ETF, or money order, or any other method to which the parties would agree. Accordingly, it's denied. The court denies the motion for reconsideration. So on February 12th, the court ordered Greer to pay $1,000 on or before March 13th. After Greer failed to do so, the court's May 21st order denying Greer's request to stay the award had to pay it no later than June 9th, 2025. The order said that it may result in additional sanctions. The deadline is passed again. So what does Russell have to do? He has to pay the $1,000 on or before June 30th. If Greer fails to do so, the court will order him to pay an additional $500. Let's go, chat. Let's go. The defendants are instructed to file a status report on after this June 30th deadline, indicating that he complied. The court notes that the filing of any additional motions will not result in a delay of the date Greer is required to pay the sanctions, which was originally awarded approximately 4 months ago. Signed June 10th by the court, saying, don't even bother, Droopy. You're not going to get what you want. You're not going to get what you want, Russell. Rust hard. Oh. Earl Grove. Yes, we can talk about Nick's thing in a second. We can talk about that thing in a second. Keep your ball above your waist. It is. It's sitting here on the table. Don't even bother, Russell. You're being told. Although that was 17 days ago, so let's see if he was been retarded. Well. Oh, hold on. Got a tampon load for Russell. Russell. Pamp loading. Sorry, Russell. I pamped your tamp. We fitted Russell's tampons up for him. You're okay, buddy. I promise. So as we go here, filed June 24th, and there is a big gap in shit here, and that's why some of this stuff doesn't make sense as far as things go in this case. Like there was a big gap in time, and I don't understand. Like it was all quiet. This is some all quiet on the Western Front shit that happened here, guys. When you look at this, there's like it's interesting. It's interesting because you come here, you go through the thing, and you see it. There's like 14 days that passes on this. You're like, the calm before the storm. The calm before the storm. And like that's where we are, chat. This is weird. Marching swiftly to vexatious litigation status. Yeah. It's weird, chat. It's weird. All right, chat. We got 2 more filings. So Russell's response to ECF 337, the sanctions motion. Once again, Russell, just fucking shorten this up, buddy. Like, if you have a bunch of parties, I get it, but you're not doing that. So June 10th, they filed the motion for sanctions. He opposes this. They've demonstrated a complete disregard for ethics of the law and latched onto the May 3rd motion for continuance and made it much more than it was ever intended to be. Well, Russell, that's what happens. You lied and somebody caught on. Budweiser, no thank you. You know what? If you don't like Bud Diesel, you don't like a little Bud Heavy in your life, man, go move to fucking Cuba. I'm drinking American beer in America on a Friday night in America. Well, I sit here next to a fully loaded Italian handgun. With ammunition made in where is this ammunition made out of? with a Gila ammunition made in Mexico. Oh, yeah. With magazines, I don't know where the fuck they even make Mech-Gar magazines, so maybe in America. Coors is superior. Are you talking about like Coors Light, or are you talking about some Yellow Jackets? I don't have any. I couldn't find any. Well, when we ordered this, I don't think Yellow Jackets were available on when we had these picked. So Mech-Gar's usually Italy. Yeah. Well. So, anyways, Mr. Hardin criminally stalked the plaintiff. Plaintiff has already explained his reasons. It doesn't matter. Plaintiff has explained his possession in multiple motions and notices regarding a goof up. That's all it sincerely was. I thought it was an emergency. Plaintiff even wrote in his motion for continuance he'd rather not say what the meeting was about because the awful, well, he at least used commas properly, people who hide like the cowards they are the farms. You're cowards, chat. Don't be a bitch. Have a verified account. That's right, chat. Be verified. Ugh. They stalk every facet of the plaintiff. Russell's a diamond. Russell's locked in the crystal, chat. Every facet like a crystal. Once again, Hardin bizarrely did public records request, blah, 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 blah. Okay, he's crying again. Like, this is literally just fucking rehashing it. Focus should shift to defendant's conduct. If any kind of sanctions will be issued, it should be for the defendants for dragging this case further by their continued motion for sanctions over the most trivial things. Lying's a pretty big fucking deal, Russell. That should have been the end of the plaintiff showed up. That should have been the end of that, but it wasn't. You're not allowed to fucking lie. You are not allowed to lie. Nowhere in any of their motions do defendants choose to defend the claim against them for copyright infringement. When you're lying, they don't have to. Which is what this case is about. It's not only a Rule 11 violation. It's you, Matthew Hardin, you. And also a violation of 28 U.S.C. 1927. The conduct of Hardin is concerning, and it raises questions as to whether he should be allowed to continue to practice pro hoc in Utah. Sanctions should be denied because he showed up. Focus, however, should be on the defendant's conduct. Submitted Russell Greer. Yes, deflectors at maximum, Captain. Oh. What is it? What's all the shit here that he's got? You know, he says, "Hey, can we put on the meet? Can we actually put on a meeting for the May 20th agenda?" Yeah, but you didn't try to fix it. You said I really have to fix it. You know, Greer, yes, it works best for the city. You notice you didn't like that. Doesn't count, Russell. That doesn't make you sympathetic, buddy. That doesn't help you. That doesn't help you. And now, chat, we are all caught up to the 25th. You know, how long are we going? 3 hours and 48 minutes. Parallax. These are my nuts and Dago in your mouth. It's going to be like 6 hours. Like, this is better than last time. We're making better progress than last time, chat. So, he just sits all day watching TV. So, all right, here we go, chat. The defendants reply in further support of motion for sanctions. Although Greer served the defendant's most recent motion for sanctions 5 weeks ago, it has consistently revised his narrative since he was caught prevaricating about an emergency. That's once again Matthew Hardin breaking out the fucking $25 words. Prevaricating. That's a $25 word, chat. You get to use that as much as you want once you start using it because you spent $25 on it. That's a $25 word right there. Let me tell you what. So, Mr. Greer's opposition is notable for what it concedes. Perhaps notably, Greer does not claim he had an emergency. And despite his statements, Greer does not dispute the assertions he was not paying attention at the telephonic hearing that day because he was busy emailing city officials about prostitution. Greer similarly does not dispute the proper remedy for any Rule 11 violation is dismissal. Instead of contesting the allegations, Greer makes the bare assertion the real problem is us. Because we investigated Greer's false representations and called him out on his reckless disregard for the truth. This might be characterized as the I'm rubber and you're glue defense. See Venture Grip Enterprises versus Vonage Bus Incorporated. Where the court did point out the I am rubber and you are glue litigation strategy. And then another case out of the Northern District of Illinois noting that whatever you say to me bounces off of me and sticks to you. Oh my God. That's good job, Matt. You have to get a pat on the back. It's like Angry Cops. Good job. Good job. Good job. And I know I'm really fat, chat. So hold on, I can do this right here. Oh. Good job. Good job. Good job. They get the pat on the back award. But Graf has no authority would support the idea why the problem for catching the plaintiff in a series of lies. And because Greer has failed to contest the relevant facts, the court should simply grant the defendant's relief. Yes. He basically just gave it up. Think you're here to rib pop. No, okay, well, I'm not that fat. Having broken ribs before, that would be awful. Plaintiff's motion for sanctions is premised on Greer's false representations of fact. It's helpful to review the starkly contrasting narratives Greer has deployed, relating to the underlying emergency. In the beginning, Greer told this court there was an emergency. Yes. Greer came up, running the court, screaming, "Alarm! Dive the boat!" They'd only become aware of on May 1st, which would prevent him from attending the hearing. At the time, Greer said he had this court's hearing calendar for 2 months. Unfortunately, Greer's business associates very highly scheduled a meeting on the same date and at the same time as the court's hearing. And when Greer asked to reschedule the meeting, he was told no. Bizarrely, defendants wondered whether Greer was telling the truth and started investigating. It turns out none of what Greer said was true, as Greer himself now admits. As Greer now concedes, he only filed his emergency motion because he remembered the hearings on May 6th after first forgetting the court's previously scheduled hearing and apparently not having calendared that hearing for 2 months. Greer did not specifically request to speak about prostitution on the exact same date and the exact same time as this court's hearing. It was all a great big goof up, you see. That's all it sincerely was. As it turns out, the May 6th meeting was not a regular business meeting, but was actually a regularly scheduled meeting of the Winnemucca City Council, reoccurring bi-weekly all year long, and Mr. Greer was not told no. Well, I'm sure Russell Greer gets told no routinely, just every other fucking day of the week, especially by women. When he asked to appear. Instead, the Winnemucca City Council merely said that worked best for them, even going so far as to offer to hear and consider it in his absence. The mayor tried to tell him, don't bother coming, as did the owner of a hotel he was trying to purchase. Now, they say here, Greer previously called it very odd the city council meeting in Winnemucca and the hearing for this court were scheduled at the same time. The Winnemucca City Council takes public comment on each and every one of its regularly scheduled meetings. If Greer wanted to address city council, he could have done so at any time. May 6th was magical for Russell Greer only insofar as he requested that date for an action item to be placed on the agenda. Yes, it was magical. The stars were aligning. When a party fails to contest factual assertions of an opponent, that amounts to a concession as to the proof. Yes. Plaintiff has essentially conceded the issue by failing to contest defendant's characterizations of it. True. Notice, just by going, that's not true, is enough. And where a party fails to address the proper remedy for a conceded breach, the court cannot consider arguments not made. True. Greer lied about his emergency. He made material misrepresentations. Harm continues to be felt by the defendants, as they're forced to respond to Greer's erroneous statements of fact. But rather than showing any contrition to the material misstatements, which is apparently calculated to play upon the generally trusting nature of counsel and the court, their sympathy for true emergencies, Greer now wants the court to punish defendants for uncovering the lies. This further militates in favor of not only imposing sanctions, but of making those sanctions case-ending. Defendants regret that it's their third motion for sanctions. After all, trial judges' eyes tend to glaze over when the third, fourth, or fifth application for sanctions arrive. I have seen this case before, chat, out of the Ohio court, the Ohio appellate courts. I have seen this cited before. This is actually interesting. That's funny that that's there. That's cool. But the reason the multiple sanctions have been filed is because Greer persists in the same prohibited course of conduct, routinely filing pleadings without any regard for the truth. Other courts have recognized when a party makes repeated false statements, that militates in favor of sanctions. And the need for sanctions is especially acute where a party represents at the court there is an emergency, but fails to reveal that the moving party himself caused the emergency. So Greer lied to this court. Yep, he lied. He completely lied. And plaintiff would rather not say what the meaning was because of the awful people who hide like cowards. Greer has offered no evidence that he was really told no. And Greer himself apparently concedes his motion was inaccurate when stated the May 6th meeting was been calendared for 2 months. Greer has failed to rebut the defense's evidence he was told not to come to Winnemucca that day by both the mayor and the hotel owner. Greer has not denied he was emailing the city of Winnemucca during court, or that he was not paying attention to the words used by this court in framing its orders. All Mr. Greer says is his misrepresentations were a goof up. That's inaccurate, because he drafted his motion in a way that obfuscated its purpose, and it was legally insufficient. You know, they have to impose sanctions. Remember, there's no pure heart in empty head defense. Yes. Yeah, Anna, I was hoping I could make the new Mrs. Russell Greer there. Oh. Let's say, based on Greer's own admissions of certain facts and failures to oppose others, the court has no choice but to find that Greer has once again willfully misled the court. Greer created the situation, which he later called an emergency, and induced the court to rely upon the false statements. Greer's lies are indefensible per se, but also have caused great prejudice. There is never such a thing as a good cause to tell a knowing lie to the court. I've heard that phrase before. This is so despite that those who tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and often enough will have people believing. Or perhaps because persistent repetition of the same lie often leads authority figures to believe that lie. Well, in any event, there can be no finding that Greer's statements that there was an emergency are either true, or otherwise justifiable. They were untrue when they were first uttered, and Greer's repeated failures to retract them, only amplified the harm caused. You know, the defense were forced to oppose it. Ordinarily, counsel would defer to an attorney and litigant who claimed an emergency. But experience has taught the defendants they cannot take anything he says at face value. Sure enough, when they were forced to incur the cost of opposing the motion, Greer's narrative quickly crumbled. Greer threatened bar complaints and the temerity to investigate Greer's false claims. Even after they opposed the emergency motion, after they conducted the investigation, Greer continued to cause extra expense by filing unresearched motions based on false statements as to what occurred at this court's May hearing, because Greer still feels that his prostitution-related side quest, his side quest, I love this, 10 out of 10, Matt. His side quest was an emergency that was more important than paying attention to his court and its orders. There's no argument in mitigation. Because it's indisputable, the question is, what's the appropriate sanction? But Greer doesn't argue in support of any alternative, and plaintiff offers no evidence or argument in mitigation than a sincere belief that prostitution-related advocacy was an emergency. Or perhaps it was all a scheduling goof-up. And Greer has demonstrated he will ignore any remedial order this court might impose. Because Greer refuses to pay monetary sanctions and because Greer's pattern of behavior cannot be addressed or remediated, this court should hold Greer has offered no mitigation and should impose dismissal as a sanction. So what happens now? For the reasons set forth, this court should find that Greer made a knowing and willful misrepresentation and is worthy of sanctions. Because Greer has not contested the proper remedy, and because Greer's pattern of recalcitrance continues to escalate, this dismissal is the only appropriate sanction. Filed on the 25th by Matthew Hardin, attorney for defendants, and done! 12:06, 4 hours flat. Wow. Yes, his whore-related side quest. Just call them whores. Get the whores. Bob says, I pray for the flood every day, like the Halo flood or the biblical flood. Because one of those we can at least swim. Oh, well, there we go, chat. There we go. Ah. Chat. 141 things on the farms. Jesus Christ, people are like comment like fucking crazy. Huh, what are people commenting on here? What did I do 9 minutes ago? Okay, well, whatever. We'll get back to that later at some point. So, is this why God doesn't talk to us anymore? Yes. Is he afraid of us? He looks down at Russell and he's afraid of what he's created. Oh. So, why does the judge not shut this shit down? Because they try not to, but soon it probably will happen. Soon it probably will happen. Give it time, chat. Give it time. Fair Frozen 55 says, I'd like to buy a letter. R. Well, thank you. T-Rex Trucking and more. T-Rex Trucking says for $4.99. When Trump said we're going to win so much, we're going to get tired of winning, he had not read any of Russell Greer's filings. Very true. Very true. Why is the judge shut this down yet? He will. He will. Uri Groves says, it makes me feel better about my life, this Nick drama. Yeah, but here's the thing. You can only rely on that so much because remember, you can't, like, I'm doing better than Nick. Well, Nick's in a fucking dumpster fire. That's like seeing the hobo out there, like, pissing his pants holding a sign. I'm doing better than that guy. That's a long way fucking down from where you're at. So, like, it's good to, like, keep that in mind. But in reality, remember, I got it. Like, you're farther in the pack than that guy is. Like, who's around me, I should be making sure I'm, like, keeping up with or advancing to. So be careful. Like, it's good. You're like, you can be like, thank God I'm not him. But that guy's really not your competition. So he's really not your competition. Yes, God bless the city of Winnemucca. Yes, after this is over, the guy who blew up the city council meeting, we're gonna have to donate for a statue in the city of Winnemucca. It's gonna be like their hero. After this is dismissed, who will he sue? I don't know. Probably me. So, but yes, holy shit, this man put side quests in official court documents. I know. Well, that's the thing. Like millennials, and I've actually heard a judge comment on this. He says like millennials and younger Gen Xers are a little more willing to be like a little memey in their stuff. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I mean, you do get attorneys who get clever and cheeky once in a while, but we're like willing to do more memey, like May stuff. So 4 hours later, and you're all still here. Yes. So he'll make one last filing with Sean's new counsel. No, but I Let's see here. So let's see how bad fucking the internet blew up since Nick fucking acted like a tard. Um, I mean, chat, I will just share with you guys just as a courtesy, free legal advice. You know, I would never this is like free advice for people. You know, like when somebody takes out a restraining order against you, don't immediately go on the internet and start fucking talking about it. Just like fucking deal with it for a little bit. Go deal with it in court and win. Like talking about it out in fucking public is not gonna fucking help you. Like it's not gonna help you. I'm just saying, be very fucking careful. It's a little retarded. What the hell did I miss here? Oh. Anyways, whatever. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, don't do what Nick's doing right now. Like, don't talk about the shit. Play the clip. I don't even know. Yeah, hold on. We gotta see what this clip is here. Hold on. I don't even know what this fucking clip is. If Nick was smart, he wouldn't use the last name of the fucking guy who's got a restraining order on him or a protection order, whatever you want to call it. Just not a good idea. Not a good idea. But what do I know? I'm just a fat good whale. You know, even the narwhal was helpful. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. I mean, and like, here's the thing, guys. I will give $1,000 to the first person to give me a video compilation of one public mention of me per day by any M. Holt since April 11th, 2024. I disclaim any comments or chats to any M. Holtz on a social media platform. What an epiphany. That doesn't work like that. This is still a fucking retarded way of doing it. This is a fucking way of retarded doing it. So it's the same shirt because it happened from earlier. This is from earlier in the night. Alyssa's fill in while the casino is on vacation. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nick is on NLO talking about right now. It's fucking retarded to talk about it. This is dumb to talk about right now. Do not do that shit. So, I mean, even though it's an ex parte order, don't talk about it. Don't fucking talk about it. Just go to court and fucking win. Because doing this shit could be like, are you sure this can't be used to help reinforce the notion, wow, you really are harassing the shit out of them? It's ex parte, guys. So what this means is Aaron met the initial showing to the court, which I didn't think he'd be able to get. But he did. He got it. He has a temporary one. Nick has the right to come into court and challenge it. So, yeah. So, Varless is, I mean, I watched this little piggy, but come on. Well, yeah. Yeah. I was hungry and wearing the same dirty clothes. Hope this is back to his parole officer. Well, this is an illegal. This is not a criminal activity. So even if this, like Nick goes to a hearing, and let's say Nick goes to a hearing and he loses, that wouldn't be a violation of your thing because it's a civil level of findings. You're not found liable beyond a reasonable doubt. So the standard is not the same. So even if this happens, like his PO trying to violate him would be bullshit. I mean, like, there's no reason for it. So I get, like, you know, like I said, there are people out there that want to see him suffer, but just remember, like, it's not legal or within the law because it's a different standard of evidence and a different standard of proof. And, you know, it doesn't take a lot to get one. So real quick, we also have, Palmyra Media for 10 more subs. Oh, guys, big support tonight. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for all the support out there. Nick's judge might be getting the Aaron Judge treatment. Oh, so yeah, I don't know, guys. Just remember, just don't do this retarded shit. Just get a lawyer, amass your evidence, and then start fighting. You don't want to do. You don't want to do it this way. It doesn't work. I promise you, it doesn't work this way. Like it's not going to work out the way you want it to. I really don't recommend it. So I don't recommend it that way. Hold on. So um so I don't know, guys. I don't know. So mm. Well, hold on. Jim, hold on. Okay, so he abandoned the video Alyssa Clips worked so hard on, and she's like, oh, yeah. Um, I'm just surprised he still even got the ex parte part of it, really. But we'll see. We'll see what's on it. Are HROs sealed under MCRO? I think so. Jim says, come on, man. Aaron clearly lied to get this. Is going to get screwed with every single show over the past year of talking shit about Nick gets entered into the record. And Nick is going to be also talking shit about him and doing stuff the entire time and sitting around with a group of people who do nothing but fuck around with him too. Um, I mean, it's not going to look good for Nick either. So, but yeah, do I think Aaron's going to get it? No, I think at the end of the day, the biggest problem for Aaron, it still is the idea of you're getting a protection order or a harassment or whatever the fuck you want to call it against a party who is related to the victim you are the defendant in a criminal case for. I still think that's the biggest problem for Aaron. And I don't know how he squared that circle on when he filled out when he filled out the paperwork. Because that's something if I was the magistrate or a judge looking at it, and I'm like, wait, so you are the defendant in a criminal case and you're trying to get this against the victim or the victim's like spouse. I'd be like, yeah, no, we ain't doing this, and I'd thrown it out. So I don't know what it was. So, but Jim, like I said, man, like they're both cock-sucking faggots. Like, let's just be honest about that. They're both cock-sucking faggots. The way Nick fucking cried to the fucking probation department and whatever they've done here, like, is really Kayla gonna be like, the whole town listens to Aaron? When I go take my kids everywhere, the people at church go, is Aaron really right that you're a whore? Oh no, I couldn't handle it. Like, how does she even fucking know what Aaron's like, really? Like, that's the problem here. Like, it's all fucking gay. It's all fucking gay. They're both cringe and fucking gay. Like, let's not beat around the bush on that, man. No matter what side you want to be on, they're both fucking cringe and gay. So, Steel Toe claimed that, yeah, well, I don't know if there still is. I know there's one initially from people I'd heard, but I'm assuming it's probably like, they're like, yeah, they probably were, but it's not worth getting into. It's not a high priority. So, Nick was the bottom. I'm sure they took turns with that. So, yeah, this is just, yeah. Like I said, I'm still surprised he got it. I'm sure Aaron couldn't have did this under the advice of counsel. I mean, he could have. His attorney could have been like, yeah, fuck it, go for it. Let's see what happens. If he did it on his own without talking to his attorney, yeah, that'd be really fucking stupid. But also, I can see his attorney say, like, you might as well go do it on your own. I'm not, like, you could pay me $500 to be involved in this or do it yourself. I agree, Patrick. If Nick's going to try to cut content by barring Aaron from speaking about being in the cover and all this shit, then yeah, Aaron may as well return the favor. Oh, I agree. If Nick wants to fuck around and be gay about this, then Aaron should be gay about it right back. But we'll see. We'll see. But thank you for the super chat, by the way. Who knows what happened here? But yeah, it's yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I don't know how this is going to survive. I still think that's a massive, like I said, guys, that's a massive thing when you're like getting these. Like, it's not easy to get. So I don't know how he did it. Nick would love for Aaron to be gay to him. Okay, well, you guys can do that all on your own then. Yes, they clasped like eagles and rolled around on the ground. Well, that's what I mentioned that last night. Like they locked up like eagles and they just went and just ate each other's cum on the way down. Mm. So we'll see what happens. But honestly, like I'm rooting for both of them to fuck with each other, and I hope they both get to fuck with each other at this point. That's why that's why I'm cheering for Aaron, because Nick fucked with Aaron, and now Aaron can try to fuck him back. Like that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I want to see Nick get fucked with. So, Locked Up Where Eagles Dare. Well, that's a good movie, by the way. One of Clint Eastwood's breakout hits. So, I hate Aaron less. Well, I agree. I hate Aaron less too. But yeah, they're both turd boxes. No matter who loses, we win. Yeah, but there's only so much winning there. He's gay. Which he? They're both gay. Kumia doesn't know what's happening. Well, I'm sure he doesn't. He's made $1 million. Brokeback Minnetonka. Yes. That would be great. Oh. The farm/casino always wins. I know, in a long enough timeline. It's just, yeah. I'm just being mean to Aaron so Aaron doesn't ask him to pro bono the civil suit. Why? I'm not licensed in Minnesota. I ain't fucking getting involved in that shit. For free? Do I look like a Salvation fucking Army? No, I ain't doing that shit for free. Fuck that. Fuck that. Ugh. Anthony Cumi's busy making fucking money. So there you go. Ugh. Pro Hawk Viche, Sean, even in Minnesota. Yeah, fuck all that. Fuck all that. Ain't fucking doing that. I got models to pay for. I got peens for Clyde to pay for. Nick has fantasies of suing everyone that wronged him, and you might be on the list. I mean, what's he going to sue me for? What have I done to him? What, I defamed him? Okay, well, have fun figuring out if that's all there. I mean, I've got anti-slap. Minnesota's got anti-slap. You fucking work on that one, homie. Have fun with that. Have fun with that, brother. You have fun with that. So, Mystery Sniper says, I have a case in Lake County coming up. Would you represent me for free? Do you really have do you really have shit coming up in Lake County? Like Ohio? Yeah, I mean, email me, talk to me. We can figure something out. I look like the entire Salvation Army. Yeah, it looks like I ate them. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But I told him to get a tankless water heater. That will not stand. Yeah, but that's almost like 2 years old. So the statute of limitation on that's going to run soon. So he's suing me because I'm fat. Yeah. Does Turtle Boy know about Nick's backstory? I don't know. You're sending clips to Tommy so they won't sponsor me? They don't even sponsor me now. Oh. You're just asking if I get free representation. I mean, it depends what you did. You got a speeding ticket? Sure. Like, did you get caught cornholing some 4-year-olds at the hotel? No, that's going to cost you. So, Mr. Gundude says, I do demilled RPG in the background. Why, yes, I do. Actually, hold on. This way. Yes, we have, well, the first thing right here. Well, right there. The first thing, yes, that is an RPG too that I'm having some problems finding somebody to weld with because we think somebody was helping me take a look at it. There might be some cracks when they cut it with the torch. They cut the hole out with the torch. There might be some thermal cracking in the tube from kind of doing a basic check of it. It doesn't ring, and they tried to ultrasound a little bit. There might be some cracks, so the thing might be wasted. And then next to it, this guy right here, that is an RPG 75 trainer. So that's basically like a Russian law, but it's the Czech trainer version of it, which is pretty cool. The problem is in the summertime, the humidity swells up the plastic part inside of it. The warhead is like a plastic piece and it seizes up. So in the wintertime, it's the only time you can open it up and like ka-chunk and do all the stuff. So yeah. Ultrasound isn't pregnant. No. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it sucks. Oh, you guys like the check one? Hold on. I'll go grab it here. Hold on. We'll grab this bitch. Put my headphones down. Yeah, I got this back like fucking like 2018-ish, I think. And these were fucking on sale for like $150 or some shit. Anyway, it says Skolny, which means school, in Czech means trainer. RPG 75K was manufactured December of 83. It's got instructions on it in Czech. So if you don't read Czech, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so yeah, if you want to shoot it, you can treat it just like a real one. It works just like the real one. You know, you pop out the sight. You take this and you got the aimer. You got that coming out. And then when you're ready, you remove the traveling pin, the traveling safety. Why won't you come out, you fucker? God, did everything swell up in the heat? Yeah, I was going to say, is YouTube going to count this as touching a fucking gun? I'm sure they will. No, there we go. All right. Transport clip is out of the way. And then you take this little bit right here. You push down, and then you just slide forward. And you just go, you'll see back here, it'll pop. But you just slide forward and go clear and and it goes off. And then you reset it. And I will tell you, if you're not paying attention and you try to reset this thing, this part here where the firing pin striker is, it'll fucking, like, you think Grand Thumb's bad? This little bitch catching on your fucking, like, thumbnail? Holy God, it's a level of hurt you don't fucking understand. So, don't do it, chat. Don't do it. Come on, go back. It doesn't want to fucking... Man, everything is like fucking binds up on this when it gets hot. Anyways, that's the warhead in there. Like, it simulates the rocket. And normally you can like twist this and want to fucking... It doesn't want to go because everything's like stuck. Yeah, you need that rocket down 5. Yeah. It's only a piece of painted PVC pipe. Are you kidding me? Dude, this thing is solid. This thing is solid metal. That's not PVC at all. This is 100% fucking legit. Cold War surplus. So, yeah. So, there we go. We'll let that sit. Needs more lube? No, the plastic binds up. I've heard of people taking it apart and you like really shave it down and it'll work. So, in tonight's news, an Ohio lawyer plays with destructive devices. Yes. Oh. You want a Stinger version of that? I don't know. Those would be really hard to get a hold of Stinger trainers. I don't know if those are out there. I mean, like the Stinger, like a trainer of this, if it was from the Warsaw Pact, would be like an Igla or a Strela trainer, and I don't think those are out there. So somewhere at the fun show here, they had a demilled Bulgarian RPG 7 with a Chinese trainer or inert rocket for like $2,500 if you're looking to add to the family. Well, I don't know which fun show. And really, the only thing I'd want from an RPG 7 trainer is the actual, like, the round thing where you can shove, like, the AK-47 bullets into it, and it mimics. Because that part's an actual firearm. And you can sit there and, like, click and, like, shoot people with a warhead on it. It's like a warhead with a barrel on it. It's pretty cool. Stinger trainers are available, but they don't have the IFF hardware. Oh, okay. You want a Carl Gustav? Yeah, but you get one of those, they take a big fucking chunk out of it and ruin the beautiful rifling in it. So, take the RPG trainer to an indoor range. That would be funny. That'd be funny one day to do that and get a reaction out of people. Maybe I'll try it. Jim, how you doing, Jim? Member for 20 months. Thank you for the support, Jim. Says, glad you're still covering Greer. It's a guilty pleasure. It's a lot of fun to cover. It's a lot of fun to cover with him, just watching him fucking fumble through it. I'm glad you're here, Jim. Thank you for 20 months of support. I appreciate it very much. Farlow says, I was degloved once. You don't understand pain, fat man. No, I understand. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt. I'm just saying, like, it really fucking hurt getting that little nub on your thumbnail. And, when I tore my patella tendon, that really fucking hurt because I tore the tendon itself. Not off the bone. I tore the tendon. That was the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life. So, you like how you derailed the shit out of the stream. Well, we're already done. We're done. So, it's all good. Your dad worked for General Dynamics back in the 80s. And there were guys in the parking lot testing it by locking onto commercial jets. Well, that's how you do it. Have you guys ever seen that video of, like, there's a Navy ship sitting there and there's an airplane flying by and the Sea Whiz goes, it's actually pretty funny. Like, if you want to see how fast the Sea Whiz goes, hold on here. Sea Whiz points at plane. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, this is. Yeah, here you go, chat. Hold on. Yeah, this is, if you guys didn't know how the Sea Whiz works, this shit is, yeah, this is fucking, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not the one where they do the civilian airliner. Hold on. Where's that one at here? No, there's one of them, like, in real life where they do it, and it, like, locked onto a plane, and you're like, uh-oh. Yeah, here, I think this is it. There you go.
Oh, no, no. No.
I mean, that's how they test it. That's how you test them to make sure they're fucking working. So, did I cover ACB yet? No, that's going to be on Sunday. I just don't think we have time for it today. And then we want time tomorrow. So, yeah. CWIS goes, feed me a civilian airliner. Yes. Sounds like my air compressor, yeah. So, yes, the meanest little R2D2. Kawaii Chibi Kaneko says, show pets. I already showed Clyde a while back. He is hunkered down with 2.0. The storms are rolling in as we speak, so I don't want to pick him up from there because he is he's not doing too good. And, like, all the cats are hunkered down with her too. So they've been on here before, though. I'm sorry. My apology on that. I wish I could show them, but they are hiding. So. let's see here. Ooh, there's a bunch of storms coming to Mexico on the Yucatan. Watch out, Ralph. Let's see here. What's the radar looking like? I guess what the radar looks like for me where I'm at. Yeah, we're gonna be getting stuff here soon. Yeah, Clyde's not having a good time. Too much rumbling out there. So that sounds stretchy and elastic. Well, no, that's just all the servos and everything. Click, 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 click. Like that's just how fast it like boop, 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 boop. Like those things could turn on and it's like zoop. Like they're super fast. See, it was like too far away. I'll let you go for now. It's Ed 209 over again. Yes, the C was originally used to use uranium ammo. Yep. So, will we get a cat fight between ACB and Ketanji Brown Jackson? No, but the fact that they were talking shit about her in this opinion is a signal that everybody else fucking hates her too. So, do we all get tornadoes in Ohio? Hell yeah, we do. Ego EXE says I need to get an HK21 parts kit. Yeah, I can see that. But I got my G3 flat bending. I gotta fucking do that at some point. I got the balls to go do it. Like actually bend it and weld it and but yeah, if I did the G3, I'd be the G3 with a bunch of HK21 parts on it. So did I see DSP and Ralph? Oh yeah, I remember when that was on. It was great. So yes, excuse me, a black woman judge is speaking. It's like, all right. Yeah, we get tornadoes everywhere in Ohio. All the fucking time. So KBJ is really out of her league in SCOTUS. I mean, at times she's really fucking good. But then like she's good, and then other times she's fucking retarded. Like the discrimination case she authored, fucking brilliant. But there's other times she's just a blithering fucking idiot. I don't get it. I don't get how she could be that inconsistent. It don't make no sense, chat. It don't make no sense. So, don't make no sense. Oh. Don't make no sense, chat. So, okay. Let's see here. What else we got? All right. So, yeah, somebody's saying yes, Aegis is the big radar system. When you see the big thing slapped on the sides of the boats, that's the Aegis. Aegis was the shield. Or Aegeus, I think is how you'd probably do it correctly. But it was the shield of Athena. Remember, she was born out of Zeus's skull, but it was her shield that she carried into battle. I understand she didn't author it herself, but even then her fucking clerks are retarded. So Meth Bear says your dad was born in Parma. Is he a Polak? Because that makes a lot of that's Polak land is Parma. I always said Aegis. Yeah, I thought it was Aegis as well. So, yes, there's also Aegis ashore. The Greek gods are born out of a Greek's ass. Yeah, but well, no, because Zeus had a headache and Athena came out, the goddess of wisdom, and she came out clad in armor. And one of the things she carried was Aegis, the shield. Oh. That's a free mythology for y'all out there. So your ageist, well, let's go dong more soccer moms. Says, I'm sneaking beers without you. Well, whatever. They don't have to. I can drink them to want to drink them and have fun. So, Clad and Tasiki sent it shit. Hey, Tasiki, if you like, it's good, man. I mean, heck, I think there was during COVID. I think it was I think it was still like 2021 time when COVID was still kind of being all retarded, and the last shit was still closed. Like courts were still fucked up. I made tzatziki sauce once. That was a lot of fucking work, like wringing out the cucumber, but oh my god, it was a fucking banger. It was really good stuff. But if you do good tzatziki sauce, like, yeah. So Varlo says I want a refund. Well, this is the one time I agree with Bernie. Sorry, no refunds. Oh. Well, her clerks are probably ideologues as well. Your clerks are generally people you pick because you like what they have to say. Your clerks generally mirror you pretty much. If you're based, your clerks are going to be based. So, like, I guarantee you, Clarence Thomas's clerks, all of them are based. He's had a lot of clerks. Gorsuch's clerks are pretty based. Alito's clerks are going to be based. So, Bushmasters, you got to work, have fun, man. You like dipping fries in fresh made tzatziki. You got to let it sit. Like, you got to let it sit in the fridge for a little bit and let the tzatziki sauce sit. And, like, it really, that's when it gets alive. There's also, there's for a while there, I forget how I was making this sauce, but it's like this, like, kind of like our own, like, Rojo sauce. I forget what it was called actually, but I started making it. It was like fucking awesome. You let it sit for like 20 minutes. So, are your clerks based? I don't have clerks. I don't have anybody. I wish I did. So, Meth Bear says, I loved lockdowns, no driving from an hour to court for a 5-minute trial setting conference. Yeah. And I will say, since then, a lot of courts now do like video hearings, or a lot of courts will do telephone pre-trials. Thank God. It helps a lot. But yes, courts are more and more back to like, let's do in person. And I'm like, fuck. So, yeah. So I think we're all set tonight, chat. Yeah, Nick started talking directly to Aaron. Well, then you're really fucking retarded, Nick. Like, actively breaking it in the middle, like, immediately breaking it as soon as you get it. That's really going to reinforce the notion it should exist. Like, that is what will fuck you over. But I don't know. What do I know? I'm a fat fucking whale. So, Robin says, there's going to be an after show. No, I got to be up in the morning. I got some stuff I want to get done. So, no, I might hang out here a minute and clean some stuff up. I got to get the thumbnail and the StreamYard set up for tomorrow afternoon. Guys, remember, tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. Or, sorry, 4 p.m., actually. 4 p.m. We are going to have on Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks. Be able to talk about what it was like doing the Karen Reed trial, covering it as a guy who lives in Canton, Massachusetts, and dealing with all the nonsense there. And then Tuesday night at 8, we will have Jessica Machado. She's been covering Karen Reed, for a long ass time now. And she's been kind of in the middle, the thick of it with Turtle Boy. And both those guys, I'm hoping I can, Jess has interviewed a couple of the jurors, but for both of them, I'm hoping they can answer, like, what's it like in the middle of this insanity out there? Because there's a fucking, like, just vortex of, like, anti-Karen Reed people on the ground in Massachusetts, in the Boston area, who just seem like fucking psychopaths. And just, like, there's been this, like, social media, like, this like, shadow war where these people are, like, doxing the shit out of each other and stuff. It's been very weird. It's been very weird to watch from the sidelines. And I'm hoping they could kind of fill some stuff in for me. Would that violate him? 100% that's a violation. Don't talk to this person. Leave me alone. I'll show you, motherfucker. I won't leave you alone at all. Like, yes, that would be a violation. That would be a fucking violation. Of all the things you might get away with and say, look, judge, this is bullshit. When they show up the first, like, in the middle of it, and you're just fucking, you know what, you're not, like, you're talking to the person you're not supposed to talk to, that's a great way to keep the case going. So, yeah. You know, remember, chat, as Memphis Bleak once told us, the strong move quiet and the weak start riots. That's always good advice in legal strategy, too. The strong move quiet and the weak riot. So, Noah's probation? I mean, no, because once again, guys, that's not a criminal case. I think it would be actually unconstitutional to violate somebody's probation because they got a protection order against them. Because it's not up to a criminal standard at all. I mean, really, it's like, anybody can get those against anybody, really, if it comes to shit. So it's like, no, I don't think it'd be fair at all to tie those together. I'd be very pissed. I would be upset about that. Like, I would actually defend Nick on that one. That would not be cool. So, it was on Melton's stream, not directly at Imholt. Well, if he said it there to Aaron over the airwaves, that's talking to somebody. So he's got to be careful how he did it. So, holy shit, we're getting guests. I know. I've been trying to line up a couple. And I'm trying to line up some guests like not everybody else is like, people we need to talk to. Like, yeah, there's judges and attorneys and whatever. But like the reporters that have been covering this thing from like day one, like they've been on the ground, they've been in the trenches, they were in the courtroom. They've talked to the jurors, they've talked to the attorneys, they've talked to everybody. I think that's like, it's very important to figure like what this is all about. So I think it's important. Can I get Sargon of Akkad as a guest? I don't know if Carl would like me. Callum would certainly probably be like, okay, yeah, he's kind of based. I think I might be a little more based than Carl likes nowadays. I mean, like, Carl's kind of coming around to things. Like, I think he's getting a little more and more, like, black pilled on shit. I don't know if Carl, like, I like Carl's shit, like, especially as the Lotus Eaters and as things have progressed now, especially, like, the last year or so, I'm been, like, based. But I don't know if he'd ever come on. I don't know if he would ever come on. I think that'd be fun, but I don't, I mean, like, I'm a little guy. I don't think they will. And I don't mean like YouTube size wise. So, Jim wants a link. Yeah, that'd be great. Besides, Jim already knows who I am, so it doesn't matter. I'm the fat guy Nick Ricciardi yelled at. That you know what? As long as Jim knows who the fuck you are, you've made it. If Jim knows who you are and Destiny gets mad at your comp, like watches your clips live, you fucking made it, guys. Like, what more? Like, I don't know what, like, I've 25,000 subs and I've already doing pretty good. So, yeah, Callum left the Lotus Boys, I know, but I'm just pointing out, like, he's a little more hard line over there. Could you get Donald Trump to tweet Gamergate? Maybe at this point, yeah. Jim definitely knows who you are now that you've had that. He had that Kirsha stream, man. Why did she mention me on there? I didn't hear that part at all. But yeah. Daddy Jim likes you marginally more than he loves his son. Bev is supposedly doing a podcast interview tomorrow. Bullshit. No way. That would be hilarious. Oh. Damn. We'll see. We'll see, chat. All right, guys. It is 12:49. I got to land this plane. We got to get it down. We got to get you guys all there in one piece. We're not trying to land this on the 105th floor of the North Tower. I'm going to land you guys on a runway properly. So I will see you guys later. Remember, guys, tomorrow night. Let me just double check here. Massages. Come on. Fucking load. You chode monster. God damn. Fucking Twitter is getting bogged down. Did we blow more shit up? 4 p.m., guys. 4 p.m. we will be doing with Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks. We didn't hit the goal for all night. No, you didn't. Sorry. Yes, 4 Eastern. God's time zone. So 4 p.m. tomorrow, chat, and I will see you guys later. And remember, until next time, chat, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. It really doesn't. It does not mean you're guilty. So good night, chat, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated? Yeah,